Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, council. Not all the clocks in the room are in sync. I have to say that this one's a little slower than that one, and this one's a little faster than both of them, so it's 6 o'clock, we're saying. This evening we have two matters. We have a regular council meeting which begins later, but first we have a public hearing. And so when we have public hearings, we don't sit in a council meeting. We sit as council to hear representations, pro and con, of the development, or with respect to the proposed development. Sometimes there are 4 or 5 or 6 on the agenda. Tonight there's just the one, I believe. So first we hear from staff, who will present, and then we'll have councilors have an opportunity to ask any questions of clarification that they feel it's necessary for them in order to appropriately understand the presentation. And then there's an opportunity for the public to have input, and at that point in time I would call for that, and then we do have a list of some people who have signed up to speak, and perhaps if I can find my list, I'll call upon those to come forward in the order in which they're listed. But then anybody else also has an opportunity to speak. After presentations from the public, either pro or con, with respect to the application, then the applicant would have an opportunity to respond, and then we would close the public hearing. Councilors do not engage in debate with anyone who makes a presentation. That's not what we're here for. We're here sitting in a capacity where the council's obligation is to absorb all of the information that comes forward with respect to the application before the council sits as a council to make any decisions. There's been a process, but the process will be described as we go on through the presentation by Ms. Mosier in a moment. So the other thing that you should know from the public's perspective is that any councillor who is not present at the public hearing of a matter is not able to vote on the matter. So it's necessary for us to electronically take a roll call at the beginning of every public hearing to ensure that it's on the record that a councillor was here, so that they are entitled to debate the issue when it comes before council. So that's the way we'll begin. If I may, if we could take a roll call, please. Thank you. All council is present. So I will call the public hearing to order, and I'll ask Mrs. Laura Mosier from our planning department if she would present regarding the application to enter into a development agreement at the southeast quadrant of J. Jordan Road and Summer Street in Canning. Ms. Mosier, when you're ready, let me just get to your light here. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this evening we are here for a public hearing for a comprehensive neighborhood development in the southeast quadrant of Canning on PIDs 55008627, 55384796, and 55354385. To start with, the proposal as submitted includes 6 multi-unit dwellings, each having up to 70 units and 5 stories each. These are configured in 3 pairs, each of 2 buildings, as well as 22 townhouses. The site would also include 3 amenity buildings. Each amenity building would be located between 2 of the apartment buildings. The total number of residential units proposed on the subject properties is 442 residential units, and unlike many of our planning applications, this also includes the proposal for a public road that measures approximately 430 meters in length. This is a copy of the site plan as submitted. The proposal is divided into 2 phases. The first phase is in the southerly portion of the site, and it's outlined in red on the screen. The first phase consists of 2 of the apartment buildings as well as 1 amenity building. The second phase is to the north and is outlined in blue and consists of the remaining 4 apartment buildings, 2 amenity buildings, and all 22 townhouse units, as well as the public road. If we look a little bit closer at phase 1, this is where we can see there's a development envelope, and within this envelope there would be 2 of the buildings. One is located here, one is located here, and the amenity building is here. There is a parking area proposed within this, the shape of the building. This would be accessed from a driveway off J. Jordan Road. This does not require the construction of a new public road. It would just be accessed by a private driveway. In terms of phase 2, the first thing that needs to happen is the road. And so the road extends from J. Jordan Road and extends northward to Summer Street. The second pair of buildings is down here, again with a building here and a building here and an amenity building in between. It's important to note that these are connected, so this is interior access for both apartment buildings. There's a parking area proposed here for these 2 units. I should also state that a portion of the parking is located below grade, so I believe if I recall correctly, each unit will have an underground parking space, and then the surface parking is more meant as overflow for second cars or visitors or things along those lines. So the 5th and 6th building are up here. One would go right here, and one would be here with the amenity building in between, and again, a parking area. The townhouses are located on the west side of the public road. So there is lower density residential development on the frontage of J. Jordan Road. These townhouses provide a buffer between the higher density uses, and there would also be some townhouses here. This is an aerial photo of the area. You can see that the frontages of all of the streets in this block are completely developed, but the interior of this block is almost entirely vacant. There is one house here with frontage on Highway 221, but otherwise the balance of the land is currently used for agriculture. It should be noted that the 2 other vacant parcels within this block, while they are currently under agricultural production, are also located within the R5 zone, and we'll take a look at the zoning in a minute, but it should not be assumed that this agricultural land has protection similar to our A1 zone. It is zoned for development, so the agriculture is an existing use at this time. The subject property has a total lot area of 22.24 acres with 3 accesses, 2 from J. Jordan Road and 1 from Summer Street. The site generally slopes downward towards the south, but otherwise is relatively flat with a bit of a rolling topography. Surrounding the subject property, like I mentioned, on J. Jordan Road and Summer Street, this is primarily residential development in the form of 1 and 2 unit dwellings. On the west side of J. Jordan Road, we see the village offices along with the fire department, Glooscap Elementary, and the rink. This is just a close-up version of the subject properties. You can see this access here, and this access here. So the public road would come in off J. Jordan and loop up to Summer Street. And then this would be where the driveway accessing phase 1 would be located. In terms of the zoning, we see that along the frontages of J. Jordan, Summer, Chapel, and Highway 221, it is primarily within the R2 or residential 1 and 2 unit zone, with the interior being R5. The west side, as is probably fairly obvious, is within our institutional zone, given the uses. But it should also be noted that down along Highway 221 and Chapel Road, we see some higher density residential development zones. The R3 zone permits up to 8 units within an apartment building, and the C3 zone permits up to 16 units within an apartment building. And these would each have permitted heights of 3 and 4 stories each. This application is being enabled through a development agreement. Just by way of reminder, a development agreement is a legal contract between the municipality and a property owner. This restricts the developer to the use or types of uses outlined in the development agreement, and it allows council to exercise more specific control over not only the types of use or uses, but over the character, form, and maintenance of the development. The agreement runs with the land. That means that if the property is sold, the new owner gains all the benefits within the development agreement. And the ability to enter into a development agreement needs to be identified within the municipal planning strategy and should include any criteria used to assess such a proposal. We did do some public consultation for this application. Firstly, we held a public information meeting by video, as it was during COVID. This was posted to our website in October of 2021 and remained active on our website until April 2022. In terms of what we heard during this first round of public consultation, we did receive some support for the proposal, namely for more rental housing, as well as for economic benefits derived by the village and the municipality and for local businesses. There were also several concerns raised related to the proposal. The first is related to road conditions and increased traffic, the adequacy of infrastructure, potential increases in property taxes, potential increases in population, potential increases in stormwater runoff and drainage issues, increased crime, and there were questions regarding the ability of area schools to accommodate additional students. We will go over all of these with the exception of increased crime, only because our policies don't speak to that. The RCMP currently provides coverage to Canning and would continue to provide coverage to Canning at the same level of service as is currently experienced. But otherwise, all of the other concerns raised are covered off in our policies, so I will discuss those later. We did also have inquiries related to several things. One was whether or not King's Transit would extend its services to Canning, the affordability of the units, and the potential contamination of the soil. With regard to the extension of public transit, again, this is outside of our jurisdiction. King's Transit is an independent authority and determines its own routes. But I would say that increased population would make the case for public transit to Canning much better. Similarly, the affordability of the units is not something we address within our policy. That's up to the developer to determine. So that's just not necessarily something we can control through our policies. When we look at our enabling policy, I should point out that firstly 3.1 that should say 3.1.12, not 3.1.2, says that council shall permit within the comprehensive neighborhood development zone a limited number of as-of-right development that's not expected to prevent future comprehensive development, including but not limited to forestry uses, agriculture, and the limited expansion of existing uses. So most development within the R5 zone needs to occur by development agreement, and we'll go over that in the policies, but there are two as-of-right permitted uses, existing agriculture and forestry. The policies 3.1.13 and 3.1.14 relate to proposals within the comprehensive neighborhood development zone that occur by development agreement. And I'm going to take the second policy first. So 3.1.14 indicates that council can consider lands outside the comprehensive neighborhood development zone in a development agreement that applies primarily to lands within the comprehensive neighborhood development zone without an amendment to the land use bylaw to expand the zone. So two of the parcels that we just looked at are within the R2 zone, but this policy enables council to consider including these two parcels within the development agreement, provided that A, the lands abut a comprehensive neighborhood development zone, which they do, and that the lands in the comprehensive neighborhood development zone development agreement demonstrably contributes to protecting natural features, improving transportation linkages, or facilitating the development of isolated properties. The two parcels that are located in the R2 zone form the two parcels that abut J. Jordan Road and Summer Street for the new public road. So this would fall under improving transportation linkages. 3.1.13, which is the enabling policy for this development, states that council shall consider only by development agreement proposals for comprehensive planned neighborhood developments within this zone. And in evaluating, council shall be satisfied that the proposal consists of land uses that are consistent with the intent of the residential designation, including but not limited to residential uses, community facilities, recreational facilities, and commercial uses intended to serve the neighborhood. So as we discussed, the proposal is entirely residential in nature, so these are appropriate uses for the residential designation. B, council shall be satisfied that the proposal provides a mix of housing options rather than only one building type. And as we discussed, this does include apartment buildings and townhouses, so this criteria has been met. C states that the development has an overall minimum density of 4 units per acre for development serviced by central sewer and water, and a similar density for unserviced developments provided the environment can sustainably support the proposed density. So the proposal is serviced by central sewer and water. It has a density of, at 442 units spread over just over 22 acres, it has a density of just under 20 units per acre. It should be noted that our as-of-right development in R1 and R2, and R3 results in a density of is around 10 units per acre. So 4 is quite low. In evaluating this proposal, staff did run a hypothetical development scenario to compare this proposal against other types of developments that we see. And traditionally in Canning, the development has occurred on R2 zones, and so 1 and 2 unit dwellings. If this property had been zoned R2, we ran a hypothetical development situation. On this property, we would expect to see approximately 193 lots, and if they were developed entirely with 2 unit dwellings, they would result in a density of 17 units per acre. So not that much, not that dissimilar from the proposed development. D, council is meant to be satisfied that this has a neutral or positive long-term impact on municipal finances, as shown by a fiscal impact analysis, or the community or environmental benefits outweigh the costs. So this proposal, we did run a fiscal analysis in consultation with the manager of revenue and the manager of engineering and public works to determine the cost side of things. From the revenue side of things, in terms of municipal tax dollars, it would generate roughly $550,000 per year for the municipality and roughly just over $226,000 per year for the village. And how this analysis was conducted was the manager of revenue looked at our tax rolls and looked at similar types of developments, so townhouses and apartment buildings, and generated an approximate estimate of the value of each of those units that would be used to determine the taxes generated. I'll speak to the costs in a moment, but I'll just speak to them in a moment. So E states that council should be satisfied that this includes appropriate phasing to ensure orderly development that minimizes the creation of vacant parcels of land between the existing developed lands and the proposed site. So this proposal would not create vacant lands in between developed areas. In fact, it helps remedy that situation. As we saw on the aerial photo, the frontages are all developed, but there are vacant parcels in behind them. So this actually assists in remedying the situation that is trying to be avoided by this policy. F states that council should be satisfied that it results in public infrastructure that's efficient to service and maintain, and this is where the cost side of things come in. So this proposal has roughly 430 meters of public road. In our hypothetical situation, typically when doing estimates on development, we ascribe 20% of the land area for infrastructure. That's typically road infrastructure. Water and sewer infrastructure run under roadways generally, so 20%, it can be assumed that 20% is devoted to roads. That would result in roughly 895 meters of road versus 430. The cost of maintaining a kilometer of road based on our current roads is just under $22,000 per kilometer per year. Water infrastructure generally costs $16,800 per kilometer per year, and sewer infrastructure generally costs roughly $11,500 per kilometer per year. So that means that the cost per year of infrastructure for our typical type of development is just under $45,000 per year, compared to $21,500 per year for this proposed development. And for those wondering what that would do to their tax bill, if this was developed entirely with one unit dwellings, it would be $232 per unit per year. If it were half and half, so half one units, half 2 units, it's $155 per year per unit. And if the entire 22.24 acres were developed with 2 unit dwellings, the cost would be $116 per unit per year. The proposed development, by comparison, generates under $50 per unit per year in costs for maintaining infrastructure. So this would be significantly more efficient to service and maintain than the typical type of development that we would expect to see. In terms of the revenue, to go back to that, as I mentioned, this development will generate $550,000 of tax revenue for the municipality and $226,000 of tax revenue for the village. By comparison, if the development was entirely 1 unit, it would only generate $425,000, so $100,000 less for the municipality, and $153,000 for the village, compared to $226,000. So I don't like to do math in public, so I'll let you take out your phone and do it because I always get it wrong. A mix of 1 and 2 units would generate more tax dollars for the municipality and for the village, but this is offset by higher costs. Similarly, if the development is all 2 units, it does generate more tax dollars, but again, more cost for infrastructure. Subsection G states that council shall be satisfied that this encourages active transportation by providing sufficient sidewalks, pathways, and/or trails consistent with the transportation infrastructure policies contained in section 2.3 infrastructure. So the public road is required to have a sidewalk, at least on one side, that would connect to existing sidewalks on J. Jordan Road. Well, the sidewalk is on the other side of the street, but it is there. And I believe that the village has put in for sidewalks on Summer Street as well. So it would connect to those should that occur. Council shall be satisfied that the development minimizes environmental impact by protecting sensitive natural features and incorporating low impact approaches for managing stormwater. The applicant has submitted a drainage plan that indicates that post-development flows will not exceed pre-development flows. This plan has been reviewed by our municipal engineer, and he has indicated that this approach to stormwater management is exemplary in terms of low impact approaches. Subsection I does not apply. It relates to the provision of a vegetative buffer if the R5 zone is abutting an A1 zone, but this does not, so it does not apply. Subsection J indicates that notwithstanding the minimum requirements set out in the subdivision bylaw, that the proposal will provide a minimum of 10% open space contribution. So this has been written into the development agreement, and the applicant will have the option to negotiate with staff at the time of permitting, specifically related to phase 2. That's when this would be activated, and that could occur either through a dedication of land, cash, or a combination thereof. It should be pointed out, however, that the format of the development, given that it does consist of higher density uses, does provide quite a bit of open space for the residents of that development and does include walking trails for amenity space. K also does not apply. It enables council to contemplate alternative road, lot, servicing, and other infrastructure standards if appropriate, but this has not been utilized in this application. Subsection L indicates that council shall be satisfied that the proposal provides sufficient vehicle and pedestrian transportation linkages with any adjacent town, village, or property through the dedication of land intended for use as a road reserve. This, again, is also not required. The properties to the east all have frontage on public roads, so it's not necessary to enable access to those lots. They can be accessed through other means. It should also be noted that the topography of the property as it relates to the surrounding isn't always conducive to vehicular linkages. But given that this is within the interior of a block of existing roads, this is not seen as being inappropriate in this instance. Subsection M indicates that council should be satisfied that the development complements existing and planned development within an adjacent town or village in location, design, and any linkages between the town or village and municipal infrastructure. And so the purpose of this policy is intended to ensure that the proposed development won't preclude the orderly development within an adjacent town or village or even within the same community. At this time, the municipality is not aware of any other development that's occurring in proximity to the subject properties, and staff do not believe that this policy has been met through this proposal. And subsection N indicates that the proposal will meet the general development agreement criteria set out in section 5.3. And we'll go over that in a second, but I did want to go over some of our goals and objectives. We often go over the enabling policies for these developments, but we don't always take as close a look at how a given development is going to help us achieve our overall goals and vision as stated within the municipal planning strategy. So within our vision statement, we have several themes within the vision statement, but the theme of settlement indicates that we're meant to concentrate new commercial and residential development, including mixed uses, within our growth centers. We're meant to encourage efficient service and infrastructure delivery, and we're meant to enable and encourage a diversity of housing throughout the region. Within our growth centers, from the theme of transportation, we're meant to promote the development of compact, complete communities with accessible and active transportation options. So a complete community is one where an individual could meet most of their daily needs without having to leave the community. So Canning has institutional uses in the form of an elementary and a high school, the village offices, which provide recreational opportunities, as well as the rink. It has an established commercial center, and what it lacks is some variety in its housing. And so this would contribute to achieving the goal of a compact, complete community within the growth center of Canning. Council is also intended to identify growth centers as the primary growth areas within the municipality. This stems from our approach of protecting agricultural land. If we restrict development on agricultural land, we need to provide places for it to go. And council has determined that the growth centers that have sewer and water services, commercial areas, and institutional uses, these are the areas where growth should occur. In terms of infrastructure objectives, under the theme of settlement, we're meant to make effective use of existing infrastructure located within growth centers. We're also meant to provide reliable and fiscally sustainable infrastructure. And further, council shall encourage the development of higher density communities in growth centers that permit various housing types to increase the efficiency and cost effectiveness of municipal sewer and water servicing. And if you recall, when we looked at the zoning, we did determine that there is a variety of housing types that are permitted within Canning, both as of right and by development agreement. With regard to our residential objectives, we're meant to accommodate a wide range of housing options, including opportunities for mixed uses and increased densities in areas where urban services are efficient to deliver. And we're meant to provide a wide range of housing choices, including affordable housing. When we go to the general criteria contained in section 5.3, we see that we're meant to ensure that the proposal is in keeping with the intent of the MPS, including the vision statements, relevant goals, objectives, and policies, and any applicable goals, objectives, and policies contained within a secondary plan. We just reviewed that, so staff are satisfied that this has been met. We're meant to ensure that this is not in conflict with any municipal or provincial programs, bylaws, or regulations in effect in the municipality, and staff are not aware of any violations of these. We're meant to ensure that the development is not premature or inappropriate due to costs for municipal or villages related to the proposal. And we've determined that any costs generated by this proposal will be covered off by the taxes generated. We're meant to ensure land use compatibility with surrounding land uses. So when we look at this development, compatibility, it should be understood that compatible is not the same as identical. So while this is a proposal for 5-story apartment buildings, the apartments have been placed as far east on the subject properties as possible to provide as little impact on the lower density residential uses on J. Jordan Road and Summer Street. And in the north end of the properties where it's wider, the townhouses have been placed to provide a buffer between the lower density uses and the higher density uses. So staff are not anticipating any land use compatibility issues with the proposed development. We're also meant to ensure the adequacy and proximity of school, recreation, and other community facilities. Staff got in touch with the local school board to inquire as to the ability of the local schools to accommodate any increased students, and they indicated that they didn't expect any issues. We're meant to ensure that the development won't result in the creation of any excessive traffic hazards or congestion due to road or pedestrian network adequacy within, adjacent to, and leading to the proposal. The applicant prepared a traffic impact study, and this was reviewed by the jurisdiction having authority over roads, which is the Provincial Department of Public Works. And they indicated that they were satisfied that the traffic study was conducted appropriately and that there would not be any excessive traffic hazards or congestion. The traffic study did propose a left turn lane. If you're going northbound on the 358, they proposed a left turn lane to access Highway 221. And the Department of Public Works agreed with that suggestion. But it would be that department's responsibility for installing that left turn lane. Council is meant to be satisfied that fire protection is adequate, and staff did consult with the local fire department, and they did indicate that fire protection services were adequate. They would be relying on automatic response from other fire departments, including the Kentville Fire Department and the Port Williams Fire Department, and I believe Greenwich. We're meant to ensure the adequacy of water and sewer services. So the applicant did prepare flow studies for both water and sewer services, and we did identify inadequacies. However, it should be noted that these were that is not related to this development. The sewage treatment plant did require upgrades, but those were identified well in advance of even receiving this application, and the upgrades have been budgeted and are scheduled to be completed this year. It should be noted that both the water and sewer systems can accommodate phase 1 without any upgrade. So the upgrades would be required for phase 2, which would occur in the future. The village is currently working on developing a plan to upgrade their water system. Their water system also requires upgrades in the absence of this development, but can service phase 1. This is partly due to the water lines coming to the natural end of their life cycle. So these would need to occur regardless of this development. So staff are satisfied that water and sewer services will be adequate at the time of permitting for both phases. We're meant to be satisfied that the development is not premature or inappropriate due to the potential for creating flooding or serious drainage problems, either within the area of the development or nearby areas. And again, the applicant did submit a drainage plan that was deemed to be acceptable by the municipal engineer. The development should not have negative impacts on identified well fields or other groundwater supplies. So again, this is a village water serviced area. So most of the development, unless it's quite old, is being serviced by village water. So we don't believe this will cause any issues for groundwater supplies, but this is also not located within a protected well field, so staff are satisfied that this criteria is met. We're meant to ensure that this is not premature and inappropriate due to pollution in the area, including but not limited to soil erosion and siltation. And the province has guidelines and regulations that all development needs to follow, and so this developer would also be subject to those regulations. The development is not meant to be premature and inappropriate due to negative impacts on lake water quality or nearby wetlands, and this is not located within a nearby lake. There is a wetland in the northeast portion of the property. However, setbacks related to that wetland will be required, and staff are not concerned with the health of the wetland, given that the drainage is all flowing to the south of the site, so water would be flowing away from that. We don't want to see any negative impacts on neighboring farm operations, and given the distance from neighboring farms, we don't expect that this will have any negative impacts. And finally, we're meant to be satisfied that the site is suitable for development regarding grades, soils, and geological conditions, the location of water courses, marshes, bogs, and swamps, and proximity to utility right-of-ways, and staff did not have any concerns in that regard either. So in summary of the development agreement, it does enable the development of 6 multi-unit dwellings having up to 70 units each and up to 22 townhouse units. It does enable the development of a new public road and establishes a preliminary subdivision plan. In terms of what it regulates, development for phase 2 can only occur once tentative approval for the subdivision of the new road has been completed. We will require a 10% open space contribution. We are controlling the location of the buildings and parking. In terms of our process, we did receive a complete application on September 30th, 2021. We held an online public information meeting from October 2021 to April 2022. We did conduct a staff review, which included a public open house, which occurred on April 13th, 2022. We took the application to Planning Advisory Committee and received a positive recommendation on May 10th, 2022. It went for initial consideration, and this public hearing was authorized by Council on June 7th of 2022. Staff, including the area councillor as well as the mayor, attended a community meeting organized by community members on June 29th, 2022, and we are now at this public hearing on July 26th, 2022. Advertisements for this public notifications for this public hearing appeared in the Valley Journal Advertiser on July 12th and July 19th, and letters were sent to 54 property owners within 500 feet of the subject properties. That concludes my presentation. I'll pass it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Mosier. We haven't looked after the shades on that window, have we? You had to sit there and
It's not too bad today.
squint
It's okay.
at your computer. I apologize for that. We'll get to that. We come to the point where the councillors have an opportunity to ask questions of clarification of the presenter. Does anyone have any questions of clarification? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Matart. Through you to Ms. Mosier. I'm curious about a policy you mentioned early on in your presentation regarding lands that abut land that is zoned R5. And you mentioned that land can be sucked up by R5 into that zoning or zoned R5 by virtue of being abutting an R5 development. Is that correct? Did I understand that policy provision appropriately?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor, I think so. What the policy says is that if you have an R5 and you need another parcel to meet one of the policies, so in this case it was a transportation because the 2 parcels that abut the road where the new public road would go are zoned R2. So by virtue of the fact that they're being used as part of this development, they can be considered under the development agreement without having to be rezoned.
And as a follow-up, if you permit, Mr. Mayor, would that include lands that are zoned A1?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor. No, I don't believe so. I don't believe we have any policy that states that that would prevent that, but we have other policies related to other things such as, so we have as you know, a contiguous rezoning. So if you're in a different designation, you can rezone to a zone that's enabled in your, primary designation. So if you had lands in the residential designation that abut lands in the agricultural designation, in theory, you could rezone the A1 portion to a residential zone. However, we have a policy that says in those cases, you can't use the contiguous policy. It can't be used to essentially expand a growth center. So I would apply that same principle here if that were the case.
Yeah, okay, that answers my question. And would you permit one more question, Mr. Mayor?
Of course, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. In fact, this question is actually for Mr. Quinn regarding the issue of drainage. So you mentioned drainage a couple times in the presentation, particularly around sort of water flowing to the south. We had received some communication expressing concern around drainage, but I know you mentioned that Mr. Quinn has reviewed the drainage policy. I'm wondering if he could expand a little bit on what about the drainage plan reassures him that it will mitigate the impact of runoff, and is there anything in this plan that might actually fix or make better the existing problem?
Mr. Quinn?
Thank you, Mayor, to Deputy Mayor. So the plans have been provided that they provide for sort of drainage swales along the backside of the property, and they're also utilizing 2 detention ponds that are adjacent to on either side of a existing water course within there. So they're trying to reroute all the flow that will be generated from the proposal into those detention ponds or that particular swale. And they're adhering to the principle of making sure that post-development drainage flows are at or below what there was previously. It won't prevent flow that was already providing there, but should provide some mitigation, certainly for the property itself, and may secondarily provide some for the runoff. But the main intent is to ensure that drainage conditions are not made worse by the development than what was there before.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Other questions of clarification arising? Councillor Windsor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for that pretty extensive walkthrough, Laura. I know that we, as well as the public engagement, we get the professional specialized studies done. Can you point out what studies we had done? And like, I know we talk about traffic, drainage, water, and sewer, and who did them or who gave us the okay in those areas?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Windsor, the traffic study was conducted by Design Point Engineering, and it was reviewed by the Department of Public Works and received sign-off from them. I should also mention that for the southerly access for Phase 1, the applicant has also received an access permit from the Department of Public Works. That would also exhibit their confidence in the results of the study. I don't recall the firm that did the water and sewer flow study. However, that was also reviewed by our engineering department, both on the sewer side as the municipal engineer, but also on the water side as the engineer for the utility, and these were deemed to be acceptable as well. There was also a limited number of shadow studies conducted in response to some inquiries from the public.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Windsor. Councillor Meisner has a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Moser, for that presentation. You did mention that sidewalks were part of this plan and that there was sidewalks identified, however, they're on the opposite side of J. Jordan Road. I'm just wondering if it has been addressed for safe connection in terms of AT for crossing infrastructure on J. Jordan Road with this development, if that has been discussed with the appropriate department.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Meisner. So the sidewalks are the responsibility of the village.
Right.
Several members of the community, in terms of safe connection, suggested that the crosswalk on J. Jordan Road should be relocated to be closer to the school. And the traffic study actually also suggested this, but the provincial department disagreed. So the crosswalk is meant to stay where it is. They did not agree with the traffic study in that a more appropriate location would be near the school. So, but we have discussed this proposal with the village, so should they wish to put sidewalks on the other side of J. Jordan, that is well within their rights.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Meisner. Councillor Hurtle has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Laura, Ms. Moser, for your presentation. Listening back in my mind, the phasing of the developments, it does still require even with the development agreement, it still does require a permit, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hurtle, yes, that is correct.
Oh, okay, and then following through your review of section 5.3.7, any of the concerns that were addressed were potentially concerns outside of our control, like the crosswalk as previously mentioned. So following forward into section 5.3.8, there was no controls needed to be established to address these concerns. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hurtle, you're speaking with specific regard to the sidewalks, or?
In general.
Well, again, the sidewalks are not our jurisdiction, so that, and the roads are not our jurisdiction. So if something falls outside our jurisdiction, there's not really anything we can do to address them.
Thank you, Councillor. And the last light for clarification, Councillor Killam.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Laura, for the presentation. I think in one of the other meetings we had, I don't know if it's mentioned again, but the developer indicated that maybe 1 in 10 units would be, they'd be working with CMHC and possibly the province in making it available, this term, affordable housing units. And I'm just wondering, that hadn't come up yet, if that's still on the plate.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Killam, that may be the case, but that's entirely up to the developer. That's not something that we generally control in terms of accessing those programs or working with the province. We can't require that. So that's up to the developer to determine if that's the best way forward for him, or if an alternate route is better.
Thank you. That came from the developer's presentation, and just wanted to mention that as it's kind of important. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and you may have signaled to the developer that he might wish to raise it again this evening if he wishes to speak. Sorry. I'll explain to the public, if you hear a little pause, it's because we can only have so many lights on at a time. So I turn my light off, and then when I forget to turn it on, I'm just talking to myself up here for a little while until I realize it. So the Deputy Mayor has her light on for another question. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Matart. Councillor Killam's question inspired me to ask one further follow-up around inclusionary zoning. So we don't have the power currently as a municipality to require affordable housing within developments. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor, the province recently passed amendments to the Municipal Government Act that does enable us to include inclusionary zoning. However, we have not made those amendments, and affordable housing is within the planning planning world, we often use the term a wicked problem. It's multi-layered, it's very meta, it has a lot of intricacies and a lot of difficulties in enforcement and administration. So it is certainly something that, should council wish to pursue, that is something staff could look into, but it does come with problems. That's not to say that maybe it's not worth it, but it's not as easy as just putting a line in our bylaw or our municipal planning strategy. But we would have the ability under the Municipal Government Act as of fairly recently.
And just a follow-up, just for clarification, when you say we haven't made those amendments, you're speaking about the municipal planning strategy, not this development?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay, just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And just as a follow-up on the Deputy Mayors, we're not going to let you off easy here tonight. In order to, and as you say, this has just been a recent amendment to the Municipal Government Act by the province of Nova Scotia, and it would require a change to our planning documents. And in order to do, if we were to develop a criteria that and worked through it so that we felt that it would be appropriate, it would be interesting, I think, to the public to know what kind of timelines would be associated with changes to our planning documentation.
Mayor,
And we're fighting over your light, I'm sorry.
That's quite all right. Through you to you. I believe, I haven't looked at the amendments to the MGA. I wasn't expecting this question tonight. Maybe I should have, but I believe it would need to be enabled at a minimum in the land use bylaw, but also more likely within the municipal planning strategy. So those types of amendments typically take at least a year, although, as is my refrain of late, we are experiencing a very high workload at the moment, and we are down a planner. So that year timeline could ostensibly be longer.
Yep. I was thinking more in the realm of the possible rather than the practical, but yeah, assuming we were all staffed up. Thank you for that. Sorry to put you on the spot. Those are all the questions of clarification that we had, and that brings us to the point now where we'll receive any representations from the public. And I have found my list here of 6 people who wish to be put on the priority speakers list. And the first is Mr. Williams, Mr. Keith Williams. So Mr. Williams, if you wouldn't mind stating your full name and place of residence for the record, please.
Keith Williams, Canning. Sorry, I'm not used to using these microphones.
It's fairly sensitive there. I don't think you'll have to lean into it at all.
Oh, good. Okay. Yeah. So how about now? Can you hear me all right? Is this,
I can.
This is reasonable?
The folks in the back? Yes.
Okay. So good evening, everyone. A number of us have prepared a petition about a week ago. It reads, "We, the undersigned, have determined that a development project of the scale proposed for the parcel on J. Jordan Road requires more detailed documentation, consideration, and public input than what is currently being used to advance this particular project through the decision-making process at the municipal level. We urge you, Mayor and Council, to reject this development as proposed until it is amended through sufficient public consultation and supported by substantive, detailed, appropriate documentation of both potential impacts and benefits to the community. This project should not be approved." Over 90 people from District 1, mostly from Canning, or people who own property in District 1, signed this petition. Over 150 people signed in total. This development, as proposed, does not conform to the values and aspirations of a significant number of people, of significant number of District 1 citizens. And I do have the petition here and the signatures. So with that, I'll shift to the community engagement aspect of my statement tonight. I've embedded several questions in my statement, and I'll repeat those questions for your response, if that's possible, once I finish reading my statement in its entirety. Now, I'm not sure if that's part of this process, if I'm allowed to ask questions and if you can give answers. If not, I'll just read the questions and you can consider them either way.
If council feels that they require some clarification, then they'll ask a question through me, but their job here as sitting as the hearers of a public hearing is not to debate the issues or to exchange quips with the presenters, but rather to absorb what it is you have to say.
That's what I understood from your preamble. Thank you. Okay, so just a little bit of background to make sure that we're all aware that following the community engagement strategy is required by policy. Section 5.1.1b of the MPS states that, and this is a quote, council shall engage with members of the public in a meaningful and transparent way. Council will continue implementing the practices in the municipality's community engagement strategy as amended from time to time. The community engagement policy, admin 01013, states that, another quote, the objectives of this policy are to ensure that the community engagement strategy is implemented and regularly evaluated, and that the municipality improves its community engagement through monitoring and evaluation. So section 1.2 of the community engagement strategy identifies 6 core values. So those are inclusivity and accessibility, respect, accountability, education, communication, and finally, authenticity and transparency. Several of the subpoints under each core value have not been addressed by the municipality, and I'll go through those one by one. Under respect, the municipality must, another quotation, demonstrate that the community has been listened to and that their input is valued by using the community's input effectively and following up in a timely manner. The question, how is community input being considered in this development process, was asked at the community organized meeting on June 29th. It was stated that, and I can't remember who said this, it might have been you, Laura, it's escaped me. Could have been you, June, I'm not sure. We are hearing your input through emails and letters and by other means. This is insufficient. Can you please share the process by which our input is being factored into the decision-making process? Point 2, under accountability, reads that the municipality will provide regular opportunities for public to ask questions directly to council with a commitment to providing timely responses. While the public is always free to send emails to mayor and council, and we have, some responses have not been forthcoming in a timely manner. For example, over 65 District 1 community members signed a letter that was emailed to the mayor, council, and various municipal staff members on May 31st, requesting more information about this proposed development, and specifically the reports and other information used to justify the endorsement of the development as proposed. The number of signees increased to 105 by June 7th, which was shared verbally during the public comment period at the Municipal Council meeting on that same day. That's a lot of concerned citizens, and I can tell you that there's a number that signed those earlier documents that didn't sign this one, so the number is probably quite a bit higher than 100. So we still have not received a formal response from the municipality. However, almost 1 month later, some of the issues raised in the community letter were addressed at the June 29th meeting, and some, but not all of the information requested was shared a few days later. This is neither timely nor adequate. In addition to the numerous signatories to the letter requesting more information, at least 2 community members verbally requested at the community organized June 29th meeting that all the information used to inform the PAC and the councillors be shared with community. Why wasn't all of that information shared, and why has there not been a formal response to our letter? Point number 4, under accountability, states that community engagement processes must be evaluated. We have found that community engagement strategy, the process, to be woefully inadequate. We would like to see the results of past evaluations, and we'd like to know how that's informed the current state of community engagement, including the engagement on this particular project. While we realize that you may not have formally evaluated the community engagement regarding this proposed development, of course, it's, we're right in the middle of it, can you please share the evaluations that have been completed on the community engagement process more broadly so that we can better understand why the process regarding the J. Jordan Road development was so deficient? I guess my last point, under education, point 1 states that the municipality must build, and this is another quotation, build community capacity through education around municipal policies, programs, and services. This policy document clearly states that the municipality must take a leadership role in public education around policy, programs, and services. We have educated ourselves about the policies, strategies, and other documents governing this development. I tell you, this is like my second hobby. I mean, it's in some ways it's been interesting, but I'd rather spend my spare time doing other things. So we have educated ourselves about the policy, strategies, and other documents governing this development, which will impact our lives and the character of the area for decades to come, if not longer. So my question is, how has the municipality engaged in public education with the residents of District 1, or even the municipality more broadly, around policies, programs, and services? Mayor and Council, at the meeting in Canning on June 29th, Laura Mosier indicated that failure to meet policy was the only way that this development could be stopped. I have identified 4 policy areas that were not adequately addressed at this, as this proposed project has gone through the decision-making process. Several of my fellow community members have identified other discrepancies between policy and practice related to this particular proposal. At the community organized meeting on June 29th, your manager of planning, Laura Mosier, indicated that the staff report to the Planning Advisory Committee regarding the J. Jordan Road development represents her professional opinion, and that this proposed development does not contradict any municipal policies. Based on the policy contradictions that we have and will be sharing with you tonight, I urge you to support your constituents by saying no. Voting no to this proposed development on the basis of policy non-compliance. Okay, so at this point, I think I'm probably running out of time. I'll repeat my questions so that Mayor Muttart, another elected official, or a municipal staff can ask for clarification, or at the very least just mull these questions over as you consider how you're going to respond when asked the question. Can you please explain, so the first question, can you please explain how our input is factored into the decision-making process? Is there a matrix or rubric or some other kind of decision-making tool that's used? And can you please make that available to the public in the interests of transparency? At least 2 community members requested that all the information used to inform the PAC and the councillors be shared with the community. Why wasn't all of that information shared, and why have we not received a formal response to our request letter? Can you please share the evaluations that have been completed on the community engagement process more broadly so we can better understand why the process for the J. Jordan Road development was so deficient? And finally, how has the municipality engaged in public education with the residents of District 1 around policies, programs, and services? And I'd like to finish it off with following up on something that Councillor Killam mentioned earlier around affordable housing, and Laura Mosier responded to. Homelessness is a wicked social problem, no question, but it's a real problem here in our municipality. And I urge you to really take that seriously and consider that going forward as something to include in your amended policy environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams, for your presentation.
So if there's no questions or clarity requested, I'll sit down.
I see no questions of clarification. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Kavanaugh is next, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council and staff and my fellow residents of District 1. My name is Basma Kavanaugh. I live in Canning. I would like to look at the staff report and the municipal planning strategy. I'd like to call what I'm about to say close but no cigar. I'd like to start just looking broadly at a few key words and then moving in to look at the staff report itself and places that do not conform to MPS policies. So one term that we've encountered as we've collectively explored this proposed development is that Canning is a growth center. And there seems to be perhaps some misunderstanding that implicit in that is that it is urban. And growth center, if we were to use common language, would just imply a place where something grows. I'm a growth center. This onion has a growth center. Canning is a growth center. However, growth center is defined in the land use bylaws. And the terms of the proposed development, as well as the MPS strategy, I believe, conform to the definitions in the land use bylaw. And I've got page 1 of the definitions section that says, for the purposes of this bylaw, all words have the meaning or meanings that are assigned to them by accepted English dictionaries. I've brought one in case we need it this evening, except for the words that are defined in this section. So growth center is defined here, and this means an area designated for more concentrated development as identified in the municipal planning strategy and depicted on the zoning maps. So there's nothing there about it being urban. The dictionary definition of urban is of living in or situated in a town or city, and it's the opposite of rural. To add to that, the definition of village. Canning is a village. A village is a group of houses and associated buildings, larger than a hamlet and smaller than a town, especially in a rural area. So I bring these terms to your attention because I do not think the proposed development is suitable for a village. It's not suitable for the village of Canning. So I'd like to look at the report prepared by the Planning Department. And section 5.1 on site information states that the surrounding area is made up of primarily low-density residential development consisting of 1 and 2 unit dwellings fronting on J. Jordan and Summer Street. I'm drawing your attention to this description of the neighborhood because it pertains to the policies I will be examining. So in section 6.2.1, enabling policy and criteria in the report, MPS policy 3.1.13 is referred to. And to quote item C, subsection C, that it has an overall minimum density of 4 units per acre, provided the environment can sustainably support the proposed density. So a quotation from the report is that upgrades to both the water and sewer systems in the village of Canning are required. Staff are confident that the upgrades will be completed in advance of construction of phase 2 of this proposal. So I believe it was stated tonight that there has been some confirmation that the budget is available to proceed with that work. But what is the timeline? What is the timeline that guides the phasing of this project to ensure that construction is aligned with infrastructural renewal? In this section, there's also a discussion of appropriateness of this development. But the full extent of what is explored here is simply economic. Real consideration of whether this is appropriate or not needs to take a fuller, more fulsome look at canning, how it looks, what would conform to canning, and not simply plunking down something that isn't appropriate, which leads to the sub-item M, that the development shall complement existing and planned development within an adjacent town or village in location, design, and any linkages between town or village and municipal infrastructure. So earlier this evening, your manager of planning addressed that there was no planned development, but there's actually quite a bit of existing development. It's the village of Canning. And in response to this criteria, the report states that this criteria is not applicable since there are no adjacent towns or villages. In addition to being unfortunately grammatically incorrect, this is a factual error. Canning is adjacent to the proposed development. Adjacent means lying near or adjoining. To return to the wording of this policy, council shall be satisfied that the proposal complements existing and planned development within an adjacent town or village. Complements means something that completes or goes together. Very broadly, do 6 5-story towers go together with a neighborhood of, and this is a quotation from the report, primarily low-density residential development consisting of 1 and 2 unit dwellings? This proposal does not conform to this policy. Under section 6.2.2, other MPS policies, the report discusses 6 general development criteria, 6.2.3, and it refers to MPS policy 5.3.7. This policy states that council shall be satisfied that a proposal to enter into development agreement A is consistent with the intent of this MPS strategy, including the vision statement, relevant goals, objectives, and policies. I'll return to this in a minute. I'd also like to refer to what Keith Williams addressed, that included in the MPS strategy is the public engagement strategy and policies. Council shall also be satisfied that this proposal is not premature or inappropriate due to land use compatibility with surrounding land uses, the adequacy of fire protection services and equipment, and the adequacy of sewer and water services. So the report states that proposal meets the general criteria, that it raises no concerns in terms of traffic or access, and it is compatible with the surrounding development pattern, etc. To support the claim that this proposal meets the criterion of not being premature or inappropriate due to land use compatibility with surrounding land uses, the report states that the proposal includes building types that are not currently prevalent within Canning. However, MPS General Residential Policy 3.1.8A states that council shall be satisfied that the proposal is consistent with the existing character of the neighborhood, including prevailing building types. Additionally, Policy 3.1.13 on comprehensive neighborhood developments, item M, that it complements existing and planned development within adjacent town or village. Consistent, for those unfamiliar with the term, means compatible or in harmony, not contradictory. This proposal fails to conform to either of these policies. Section 5.3.8 states that council shall establish controls that may be needed to adequately address any concerns raised by the criteria set out in policy 5.3.7 above, including but not limited to controls regarding phasing of the development. I would like to know, where is the phasing plan? Saying there are 2 phases is not a plan. What is the timeline? What benchmarks and controls will be used to determine when the phases begin and end, and how they will align with the necessary infrastructure renewal? Item L of that policy mentions council shall establish controls regarding architectural features, including but not limited to bulk, scale, height, roof shape, building materials, exterior cladding, and shape and size and placement of doors and windows, to ensure that they are visually compatible with nearby buildings in the case of a new building. What controls have been put in place to ensure that the proposed buildings are visually compatible with nearby buildings? Item R is on time limits for construction. How long will this development take? There are different figures in different documents. How long will phase 1 take? How long will phase 2 take? To return to an item I brought up a moment ago, development must be consistent with the intent of the municipal planning strategy, including vision statements and goals. From the vision statement for the healthy communities priorities, the vision is to encourage housing that is healthy, affordable, sustainable, adequate, appropriate, safe, and accessible. Is the proposed development sustainable? The municipal planning strategy has growth slated to occur in Canning at a projected rate of 0 to 8 units per year. The proposed project will use 55 years of projected growth in 6 to 10 years. That is not sustainable. Is it appropriate when counter to several policies within the MPS, this proposal fails to complement the existing character of the neighborhood? Is it healthy when active transportation infrastructure is not in place? Because Canning doesn't have a secondary plan, development is governed by the municipal planning strategy, which states no development is permissible that is contrary to MPS policies. I just want to dwell for one more moment on those words. Is this housing that is healthy, affordable, sustainable, adequate, appropriate, safe, accessible? I think this proposed development is premature, inappropriate, and unsustainable. If the development agreement enables council to control how development unfolds, I urge you to exercise your ability to regulate and to amend based on some of the information that was brought to our attention tonight. I expect council to do what is right for Canning and for growth in Kings County more generally and refuse this project as proposed. If the developer really wants to contribute to growth in Canning, they simply need to go back to the drawing board and take into account the policies I've mentioned as they redesign something appropriate for the scale, appearance, and pace of this village. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kavanaugh. And then, are there any questions or clarifications, Ms. Kavanaugh? I see none. Thank you. Ms. Tondino? Apologies if you correct me if I've mispronounced your name, please.
Hi, Mayor and Council. I brought along some paperwork I'd like to share. Is that okay if I pass it out?
You just give it to the clerk there, if you wouldn't mind.
I'm a local architect, and I wanted to say that I'm very excited, as I hope all of you are and the planners are, that there's so many people here this evening, so many interested citizens coming out to talk about planning and architecture. Tonight, I hope for everybody is actually a celebration. I hope you all see it as a celebration of the passion that we have for the village of Canning and the passion we have as a community for our future vision of our community, and also our interest in architecture, genuine interest, as you can see, in architecture and in planning. So I named my brief talk tonight, The Loss of the Village. The community has come together today to express our concern regarding the J. Jordan development. We do not think there has been sufficient engagement in the community. The community has many concerns, and perhaps the most important in my mind is the height and scale of the proposed 5-story apartment buildings, which are not in keeping with the 1.5-story homes and the surrounding area, nor the 2-story commercial buildings on nearby Main Street in Canning. Perhaps mayor and councilors and planners, you're asking yourself why the Canning and surrounding area communities are so up in arms about this particular development. We think that you are not fully grasping the impact of the proposed development, the impact the proposed development will have on the Canning community. The concern is that the proposed development is not responsive to the village and rural context of its neighbors. Perhaps you're asking yourself why this matters. It matters because it's alerted the community that there is no clear vision for Canning. And I think that's why everyone is here tonight. The municipality lacks the simple knowledge, intuition, and sensitivity of the local community. The municipality seems completely comfortable to approve the taking of a typology from one context, urban, and approving it being shoved into another, rural. This blatant disregard for context will result in the erosion of place. The municipality must recognize the value of village, surrounding farmland, and environment we have in the Annapolis Valley. As our visitors and new residents come to the valley to experience nature, unique architectural character, and environment, these types of developments will discourage both newcomers and tourism in our communities. It does not respond to the scale and the country lifestyle we have. When you consider the valley, its rolling hills and farmland, the tallest structures are the church spires and barns. These architectural structures create a sense of scale and intrinsically set the maximum height for development. The municipality is confused about how to obtain higher density in the Annapolis Valley. However, there are countless examples of 2- or 3-story townhouses in Europe and other parts of Canada which increase density without destroying the landscape and context. Our building forms are gable roofs with 2 stories, forms that reflect traditional method of building. A new developer in the community should not be permitted to upset the existing patterns and to get away with complete disregard for history, with no set limitations in place to control inappropriate forms from being built. Building form is crucial. There is no precedent for high-rise typology in our community. It is city dwellers who live in apartments that are very separate from nature. Here in the village, where there are no city amenities, of a development that is proposed is without context. The proposed buildings are islands with no connection to landscape and nature. It is a real capitalist expression with this design, and the occupants will own a view of the valley. In reality, the dominant result for residents will be separation from other people in their community. The Annapolis Valley is a destination for homeowners not because they want to relocate to communities where high-rises scatter the landscape, but because they want to enjoy country life. To accept anything less by any developer that wants to build in our community is doing a disservice to those greater values. We have been fortunately given a slow growth in the valley, and there has not been a population explosion with poorly planned, badly built, and unsustainable developments, as has unfortunately happened in so many communities elsewhere in Canada, leaving those municipalities with the responsibility of demolishing structures that didn't work. We need to take lessons learned from other communities such as Lunenburg, a strong local example of a community that fought to maintain its heritage, scale, and architecture. Can the County of Kings look to Lunenburg for guidance on our municipal planning? Can we look closer to Annapolis Royal, where they have respect for heritage, scale, and architecture? Net zero. We do not believe this development is in keeping with the Kings County 2050 vision. Given climate change, all new developments should be net zero, and this would be in the spirit of the County of Kings official plan. It is very important to our future that all new developments contribute to decreasing greenhouse gases, promoting energy efficiency, and mitigating water use and light pollution. There are many examples. For example, in the Netherlands, as I've passed around to you now, of appropriate scale developments, and they demonstrate a sense of order and appreciation of neighborhoods and the potential for bus routes and shops. It meets the cultural, social, and architectural needs of a community. Has the J. Jordan Summer Street developer anticipated requiring grocery stores and transportation? What is their vision for ensuring the development is accessible? Will this project meet Rick Hansen certified? Knowing that the community will need to be informed on which accessible standards the project is meeting, how many accessible units will there be, and what quantity of accessible parking. Buildings in the proposed development are randomly placed on the site with large areas of parking in front of the building, creating isolation within the community rather than cohesion. In this scenario, parking areas become windy wastelands where people cannot cross, and they become dangerous for people with disabilities. The community should not be persuaded by a layout plan circa 1960s. The emphasis on individual parking, mid-rise, and cul-de-sacs has proven to be a poor way to plan communities. Jane Jacobs worked tirelessly to protect communities from just this type of plan because it has demonstrated the erosion of culture, social, and architectural qualities in our beautiful places. This development is based on a very old approach to planning communities. These types of developments are one-offs and often look out of scale in the community. This is akin to Fenwick Towers, a much taller building you may be aware of, and an eyesore in Halifax. As proposed, these buildings will create wind tunnels. The big spaces between the tall buildings will not be nice places to spend time, as vast open spaces will be shaded by the buildings, and if the community people will not be using these spaces. We request that the developer clarify, what do they offer the community? What does their plan give the local people who have to participate in it every day? Has there been any thought given to developing this area as a neighborhood and including shops, stores, and cafes? As it stands, this type of development is homogeneous and does nothing to promote our local culture and architecture. It could be in any big city anywhere in the world. Perhaps what's most upsetting is that those who are entrusted with the responsibility to protect our environment and social connectivity seem so easily seduced by soulless developments with complete disregard for place, landscape, and community. The municipality perhaps is asking itself, why is the community so upset about this development? It is not because they have it is not because they have, through their blatant lack of developing meaningful policy, have invited the fox into the chicken coop. We feel betrayed by the municipality. The municipality supports terminology co-opted by the developer and twisted to mean the opposite terms like view, nature, setting, and landscape. It seems unbelievable that the municipality cannot see through this thin veiled disguise of pure greed and exploitation by the developer. We need the municipality to do the right thing before we lose our environment, sense of place, landscape, and community. And just wondering if you had a chance to look at the handout. It gives you an idea of the scale of the new 5-story apartment building. And as previous speakers have said, I really question how anyone can say that apartment building is consistent in terms of its scale and in terms of its appropriateness for the village. So very much thank you for listening. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Any questions of clarification from any member of council? Councillor Hurtle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Ms. Mosier, I'm wondering if you had a chance to look at this handout to assess the accuracy of the scale of the diagram presented.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hurtle, I don't have a copy.
Thank you.
Great.
Any other questions of clarification? I see none. Thank you for your presentation.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor and Council.
Mr. Ortner is on next. And again, I forgot to remind Ms. Tondino, but Mr. Ortner, if you'd state your full name and place of residence just for the record.
Eric Ortner, live in Canning. As stated in my emails, I'm a construction superintendent and have been in the industry for the past 20 years. My daily life revolves around reading and adhering to policies, bylaws, and specifications to manage projects up to $20 million. In my emails, I've pointed out that there are numerous municipal policy and bylaw violations. In my latest email, I pointed out the errors and contradictions in the developer's highly flawed engineering reports. I never did receive a response when I asked if the councillors have actually read the municipal planning strategy and the land use bylaws, if they knew the policies, or do they simply rely on Laura and the PAC as the professionals to tell them what their interpretation of these policies and bylaws are. So once again, the land use bylaw is very clear in stating that no development within the R5 designation is to be over 45 feet tall. The R5 zoning bylaw is not about interpretation or open to debate. It is black and white. It is specifically about how it is worded. And the most important part is policy 473, which states R5 zone requirements. The following requirements shall apply to all development located in the comprehensive neighborhood development R5 zone. Maximum building heights, main buildings 45 feet, accessory buildings 20 feet. It does not state in 473 that the policy only applies to the two items listed in 4721. It does not state that the height policy only applies to agriculture and forest uses. It states that it applies to all development located in the R5 zoning. In my emails, I ask that you please read the 2 pages on R5 zoning from the land use bylaw and tell me that I am wrong. Did you read it? Ask yourself, how will the utility and review board read it? How will a court of law read it? They won't ask someone else how to interpret it. They will simply read the exact wording and come to recognize that the proposed height of this development is violating this basic policy. I want you to think about this. In the municipal planning strategy, there's reference for the need for growth centers to be near transit routes and bus transfer areas. There is reference to investing in and encouraging infrastructure that reduces or eliminates fossil fuel-based transportation. There's reference that new large-scale neighborhoods must complement existing and planned development within a town or village in its location and design. This proposal does none of that. As for the developer's flawed reports, the traffic study is laughable at best. Aside from the obvious mistakes throughout the report, there's the fact that the population numbers that were used to forecast the 2036 future traffic volumes are less than a third of what the actual numbers will be. The study uses an annual growth rate of 2% between 2021 and 2036. At 2% annually, if you take the current population of 850, which is right from the study, you end up with an additional 317 people living in the village over the 15 years. Yet if we reference the sewer capacity review, we see that the proposed population of the development is estimated at 996 people, which is a little over 3 times as many people as the engineer used to form his hypothetical 2036 traffic volumes. I'm not sure why it even needs to be pointed out, but in the most basic of terms, a double in population equates to a double in vehicles on the road, especially when there's no public transit to the village. As per parking requirements for the land use bylaw, bylaw 1452, minimum parking space requirements, the development is required to have 1.5 parking stalls per residential unit. This equals 630 parking stalls just for the apartments. Are these vehicles just going to sit in the stalls and never go anywhere? Therefore, we can expect at least an additional 630 vehicles traveling these roads that this traffic study did not apply for, or did not account for. The next flawed report is the water servicing report. In case you did not read my previous email, the engineer hired a company to perform a system flow test on J. Jordan. As per the hired company's test report, the company came and did the test at 9 p.m. Well, the engineer must have missed that it was done at night because he used 9 a.m. to calibrate his hydraulic model and validate his calculations. Water pressures at 9 p.m. when hardly anyone is using water would be substantially higher than at 9 a.m. when everyone is using water. Using the high pressure of 9 p.m. to calibrate his model would completely skew the model and could result in water pressure issues throughout the village during peak times. I'm really surprised no one caught these obvious errors. I really don't know what else to say. We have given you the reasons this development is not fit for canning. We've pointed to the violated policies and bylaws. We've shown that the reports are flawed in a way that benefit the developer but could be catastrophic for the village and the municipality. What else do you need to see that this development in its current configuration is an ill thought out and poorly planned idea? I want to finish up by mentioning that there are development applications like this one that are proposed to be built throughout the municipality. Most citizens are being completely blindsided as they have no idea zoning changes have even happened that would allow such developments to take place. The shady way these zoning changes happen is a topic for another day, but I wanted to ask you all a serious question. Many of these projects are going to be phased and take several years to complete. We can't be the only residents that are up in arms over what is happening to our communities, as this is happening throughout the districts. Just yesterday, I even met somebody who lives at Stars Point and Collins in Port Williams, and he had no idea about the development application for his area. So in just over 2 years, there will be another municipal election. Many of these projects won't even be finished yet and will still be under construction. I can tell you, these types of projects will be major points of contention with voters, and some of you might not get another term as councillors because of this. I want to ask, do you really want these proposed monstrosities to be your legacy?
Thank you, sir. Any questions of clarification of Mr. Ortner? I don't see any. Thank you, Mr. Ortner. And the next speaker is Kathleen Purdy. Ms. Purdy?
Hello.
We all know you, Ms. Purdy, but if
You
you
all
wouldn't
know
mind,
I-
for the purposes of the record, would you
Okay.
just state your name and place of residence?
Kathleen Purdy. I live on J. Jordan Road.
Thank you.
And I want to just talk a little bit more about the public engagement policy and focus on some very vital question. Engage with members of the public in a meaningful and transparent way by, and we've already talked about this, exceeding the minimum public consultation requirements of the Municipal Government Act, such as researching issues thoroughly and making the information readily available to the public. A year ago, in July, I heard this large machine chewing up trees behind our property on J. Jordan Road. I called the planning department to find out what was going on. I was told that the property had been sold, but they were not allowed to tell us who the buyer was until there was a development proposal. So that started me thinking, so at what point do we as citizens get to have a say about the design and size of this development? I was assured that this was a long process and we would get a letter once the proposal was in. So as you all know, October, the letter was sent from the municipality to people, to households within 500 feet of the development. So that was 54 or maybe 52 or 54 households. And when you think about it, we're talking, as you know, 442 units, which will at least double the population of Canning, and only 54 households deserved to have this initial information. So once we got the letters, people started writing letters. In April, we were informed of an open house being put on by the developer. No formal presentation was made, just some architectural drawings. And I was thinking, well, was this perhaps the point at which we could have made a difference? But the developer and architect did not seem to be interested in our suggestions. But then on May the 10th, the Planning Advisory Committee passed a motion to recommend that the council go forward to the next step with this proposal. Now, we found that really interesting because we didn't know anything about that, and that could have been an opportunity prior to May the 10th for the Planning Committee to have some public discussion with the community, but nothing was forthcoming. We heard nothing about this. My understanding is that the members of the PAC were given the staff document outlining their proposal 1 week prior to May the 10th. So I wonder, were the members of the PAC given enough time to thoroughly look into this proposal? Did they all even read it? Several weeks later, when I read the minutes of that meeting, I was rather surprised at the lack of concerns that were brought up. It did not seem like a very rigorous discussion. Councillor Windsor shared that though there was a lot of public feedback, it was a healthy amount of feedback for a development of this size. I thought, what is he referring to? Has there been another development of this size in Kings County? Was the content of the feedback that was being received divulged to the members of the PAC? So I go back to the question, at what point could we have made a difference? Was there any point at which we could have made a difference? How many letters of concern are needed before action is taken? Is there a number? How many people need to say, no, we do not want a development of this magnitude in the midst of Canning before we are sincerely heard? And I ask the planning department and the CAO to please answer the question during your deliberations, at what point could we have made a difference in the design and capacity of this development? In fact, if there is or was no point, then the whole process of community engagement is seriously flawed, and democracy is in deep trouble in Kings County. I want to go back to some of the council responsibilities, which is researching issues thoroughly and making the information readily accessible to the public. I was really curious about the traffic study, or as it is called, the traffic impact assessment. And when I first asked for a copy of the study, I was told that they don't normally share that. Why not? Finally, after the citizen organized meeting on June the 29th, we were able to get copies of reports. So the fact that the developer commissioned this report is somewhat suspect as to its objectivity. When I read the report, I was first struck by the notice on page 3 that reads, "This report was prepared by Design Point Engineering and Surveying Limited for Marchand Homes, using the care and skill ordinarily exercised by members of the engineering profession currently practicing under similar circumstances on similar projects in Nova Scotia." For Marchand Homes. I thought, who are they? Are they connected with Parsons Green Development? So I did a little research and couldn't find any connection, so I have to assume that this document has a lot of cut and paste, and that the people looking after the care and skill part were on vacation that day. It also says that this traffic study will consider how the development integrates into the community and reduces impacts from a transportation perspective. I did not see any evidence of those issues being discussed. So there were, I don't know if many of you have read that report, but it was based on 2 days. One day in October for one intersection at J. Jordan Road and 221, and then one day for the intersection at 358 and 221. These were both done from 7 to 9 in the morning and 4 to 6 in the afternoon. This was done in the middle of a pandemic when fewer people are traveling. They neglected to consider the 3 o'clock traffic leaving the high school, a parade of teen-driven vehicles along J. Jordan Road to the intersection of 221. It did not consider the effect of an influx of 440-plus vehicles on the downtown business area. And the traffic flow is quite different in the spring, summer, and fall than it is in the winter. So the 2 days were one in October and one in January. So if anybody has been in Canning on spring, summer, or fall, you will know that there are a lot of farm vehicles traveling, and J. Jordan Road is a major route for them. The tourist traffic increases dramatically in the summer. People passing by that intersection of 358 and 221 on their way to Kingsport, the Lookoff, Blomidon, et cetera. And the yearly cottagers add to the congestion within the downtown area. I don't think anybody considered the effect of the increase in traffic on the downtown. You can go down there some days at 5 o'clock and you can't find a place to park. It's extremely busy. But the developer might not know any of these things because he's not from here, and perhaps he has not spoken to more than 3 or 4 people who live here. And as we know, there are 442 units planned, and each unit will require at least 1 car because you pretty much need to have a vehicle if you live in Canning. And more specifically, in the site traffic generation table, they show for the peak morning hours about 107 vehicles driving south down J. Jordan onto Highway 221. And they predict, so based on that, they predict that there would be approximately 110 vehicles coming out of the development at peak hours of the morning. Now, they say only 110 vehicles. I don't know how they could get to that, but at the same time, there would be about 149 vehicles flowing up because of the schools and the daycare. You have a lot of traffic there between 7 and 9 in the morning. So now you're going to add this 110 vehicles coming out of the development. So just imagine having 2 roadways coming out of the development, 110 people trying to make a left-hand turn when you've got 150 coming north and 107 going south. Now, if that's not room for congestion, I don't know what is. I wouldn't want to be coming out of that development at that time of the day. I think there are really serious concerns about this study. I submit that this company's data collection was inadequate, and their conclusions do not reflect a true picture of either what the traffic is like throughout a whole year, and so cannot predict that there will not be serious repercussions. I also note that I did ask for the province's review of this study from the planning department, but I didn't receive it. And I also want to note that this development is being plunked in the middle of Canning. And as Laura was talking about the staff report and the idea of a complete community, Canning is a complete community. And this development is more likely to make it a divisive community because there is no direct walking trail to the downtown. If you want to go anywhere, you have to get in your car and drive out to go downtown. You wouldn't go shopping downtown if you were walking, or very few people would. And it's a community, it may be a community, but it's a living space within a community. And it's setting up a very divisive kind of situation. In your deliberation of this project, I strongly encourage you to choose one of the following 2 options: to recommend that this development proposal be postponed until the community of Canning and surrounding communities be meaningfully consulted as to the design of the buildings and the number of people they will house. Or to recommend that this proposal be dismissed on the grounds that it does not satisfy a number of the policies of the municipal planning strategy. And other people have already talked about that, so I won't go on about that. And as far as information is concerned, we've talked about the apartment buildings, but when it comes to the townhouses, and Laura mentioned that the townhouses are the buffer for the apartment buildings, but I haven't heard anything about the size of these townhouses or their capacity. I don't think anybody has heard anything. And where I live on J. Jordan Road, we want to know if there's going to be a buffer between our property and the townhouse property. But there's absolutely no information about that. So I don't know how you can make a decision about passing something that okay if you don't really, maybe you know something I don't, but well, probably you do. But anyway, I do also want to ask just to think about the criteria on which you make your decisions. Are you representing your constituents? Are you deciding if this is good for Canning and the municipality based on your own criteria? I've heard people say, oh, this is going to be great for downtown Canning. What does that mean? If you do think that, please paint a picture for us. I don't know what that means. Does that mean having 30, 50 more cars a day, people doing more shopping down there? What is that going to do to downtown Canning? I really want to know when people say, oh, this is going to be great for the economics. Give us a picture. And I also want to say that if, and I know there are legalities around this, and I don't really know exactly what they are, but if you feel obliged to pass this based on expectation or legal ramifications and not on evidence presented by the residents who do not want this development as proposed, then we need to go back and completely revamp the engagement strategy, as it is now a disengagement strategy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Purdy.
Were there any questions?
I was just looking around. I don't see any. Thank you. And our last presenter on the list, at any rate, is Ms. King, Margaret King. King, if you wouldn't mind stating your name and place of residence, please.
Certainly. Margaret King, 1122 Chapel Road, Canning. I'm new to Canning. I'm one of those come from a ways, born in Windsor, just down the road a piece. I've lived on the South Shore. I've lived in the Middle East. I've lived in the Far East, and I've lived in Mexico. And, you know, the interesting thing about living both here and in other places is community. It's who's the shopkeeper. It's who are the people that you get to know, because whether it's a big or small place that you're living in, it's your neighbors that make a difference. So I just want to say that that's where my interest in this development is coming from, how it will affect me and my neighbors. I'm going to go back to the engagement strategy. I was really impressed when I started to look at what Kings County has done in terms of employing its own staff and enlisting the support of people in the community to develop your engagement strategy, to look at your housing strategy. You have put money in terms of your resources, having meetings, in public places, advertising them, having community residents spend their time and effort to develop vision, ideas for how they want Kings County to proceed. I felt, 2.3, where we live. Characteristics also include more specific information, average age of people, size of families, income level, level of education, types of occupation. Those are things that you want to look at in your engagement strategy. As you know, you're bound to follow this policy. I'm an educator, so what I found really interesting was that both youth finds it hard to connect with municipal politics. I asked ninth graders as they were doing street cleanup on Chapel Road what they thought about the proposed building. It's going to be across the street from where they go to school. They had no idea. And I thought, how is that? That's going to affect where they live in District 1, whether they actually are in the village of Canning with that rural BO, meaning rural, designation. They were unaware of it. And yet in your policy, you talk about giving more time for people to speak and deliberate, facilitating two-way conversation, remove barriers to engagement. These are all really impressive words, but I haven't really seen it with regard to this proposal. In point 3 under education in this document, it says that the municipality shall create opportunities for community groups and members of the public to educate the council and staff on issues and topics that are important to them. The number of opportunities afforded to community members to educate council and staff regarding our concerns was very limited. On May 10th, the PAC met to approve the development as proposed. To move to council for consideration, the only public consultations had occurred were the online ones on October and the open house ones on April 13th. I'm really concerned because going to your website, which is how I think you think we're all going to learn about all these things, there are residents in this community who are unable, if 38% of Nova Scotians have low literacy skills. So if you expect people to read to find out about this, you are disenfranchising 38% of them. And that's just plain reading. That's not navigating your web page and going through all of that. And I think that's your responsibility. You've said it was your responsibility, and that you would, the municipalities under the Municipal Government Act of 1998, they are legally required to consult with the public before making certain types of decisions, such as before the adoption of a planning document, which this is. And this engagement strategy intends that these requirements are not only met, but exceeded. Those are from your documents. So I submit, you haven't done that. You haven't done it to the youth. You haven't done it to the people who can't manage either for literacy skills or lack of computer literacy, if you want, to be able to find that information. I was really surprised. I went in Colebrook today. The new, I think a Toyota or a Nissan building is going up. All the chain link fences around, but there's a big bulletin board, or whatever you call those things, I can't think, but a huge picture of what's coming. Huge. Nothing visually to let anybody know what was coming. I saw a small piece of paper in the post office when I moved to Canning to know that this was coming. but then canceled, rearranged, or something. Had no idea when I chose to live in this rural village that I should be checking on the website to see if something's going up in my backyard. And it's not because I'm anti-development. It's not because I don't think we need housing. I think we do. Definitely affordable, accessible housing. And when I look at all those parking lots, have you had a wind gauge in Canning lately? It's unbelievable. So we've taken down trees, going to elevate the temperature, create wind tunnels, provide housing for people, as the developer said, are mostly empty nesters. So are those people from Kings County who are going to move there, or from somewhere else, with no accessibility to the downtown area? I love Canning. I walk it. I go downtown. But parking is an issue. You need to decide when you want to shop, and it's not after 3:30 any day. Yeah, it's a great community, but I don't think this proposal fits in any way, not environmentally, not aesthetically, not in terms of view planes. I don't think it fits. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. King. Any questions of clarification of Ms. King from any councillors? No, I see none. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Sir, because you jumped off your seat, you get to go first. And then you, sir, if you wouldn't mind. And then you.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Kimberly Smith. I live on J. Jordan Road. And I feel somewhat obligated to speak because I have had a hand in facilitating communication between my neighbors in the village of Canning over the last few months. And I don't think there is much I have to add to what people have said. They've been very eloquent in what they wanted to bring forward and have you consider. I think it's also really important, though, to recognize that it has unfolded the way it has because there has been some sort of flaw in the engagement process. I think that's eminently clear now. And I think there's also a challenge in terms of how different jurisdictions are interacting in the laws governing how we grow our communities. And I think it's also really evident that the people in this room all care about development. There is not a single NIMBY in this room. I think that you have a lot of respectful people who want to work respectfully with each other and with developers and with the council to grow our communities in such a way that they invite people from all over the world to come here and thrive, to have families, to grow new businesses, to create the future of our county and our province together. And it's not a thing that can happen if we design something that only creates one class of people congregated in one place. That's called a ghetto. And that's not a wise way to go forward. Having all the same kind of people, whether you call them all renters or all rich people or all poor people, those are mistakes. So I would say that whatever we do going forward, we need to think about how we work together to solve this puzzle. We do need affordable housing, definitely. Some of my best friends in the community work hard with homeless people now. They know what it is. I know what it is. I mean, I volunteered in this area for a long time. It's really important that we get this done right. I was just talking to a young working man today, and he's working full-time. And he is so thrilled because he just found an apartment in New Minas for $850 a month. And that's still too hard for him. $850 a month. So it's a real puzzle if we're going to build new buildings that start at $1,200 a month. Is that a new family starting out, starting business in our community? If it's just empty nesters, well, we're talking about people that are going to fill these buildings and maybe pay the rent until they die, and then what? So I think it's really important that we figure out how to do this in such a way that it's mixed. It has to be mixed income, mixed culture, mixed abilities. The more we're able to mix our communities, and I know this is really difficult, but really great things can happen if we're willing to work together, and with all due respect to our people that want to develop and to our planners, we can do this. I'm not saying it's easy, but I think it really does require this kind of thoughtful, considerate work. It's not easy, but we do know from past work in our own community, if we're talking about building this on the shoulders of the giants of volunteers that have come before over the last decade, and you know who they are, we really need to get this right. People have said in the past we need mixed income, mixed residential, commercial, agricultural spaces where it's not just residential. People need to be able to walk out their door and go to work right there. If you're doing it the old way from the 60s and just everybody lives in an apartment or jumps in a car or just does IT work, that's not going to create a thriving, sustainable community in the future. So I really caution you to think, how do we do this in a way that really mixes up the community and invites young families? And think about that. People who need support workers right now, I don't know if you're aware of what support workers get paid, but in a few years, some of us are going to need those folks. And if it's unaffordable for them to live here and work here and support us when we need them, how's that going to work? So think about this very carefully as you go forward, and thank you very much for your time, and I respect all of you and everyone here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Russ Sanche, and I live in the Gaspereau Valley, but also own a home in Canning where my daughter lives. Boy, after what Kimberly just shared, he took away a little bit of my thoughts, which is good. And so I'm going to start backwards. So many people here have done their homework. So many people care about the village of Canning. And when I hear about petitions, I think there's hundreds of people that don't have a voice. And yet Kimberly addressed some of that where he said we need affordable housing and we need mixed tenure, mixed market kind of housing. And that's all very, very true. What I'm concerned about is the fact that the hundreds of people that are in need right now of affordable housing, and I'm not talking about homeless youth. Most people would know that that's been my passion and my focus, and youth are doing not too bad now compared to 5 years ago. But it's the common, ordinary person that is looking for housing, and it's so tough. The singles, the families, etc. And so my first question when I heard about this development is there any affordable housing? And I was told there is. That's going to be a consideration for part of the plan. For me and what I hear and the people I spend time with, and I can very clearly say that people here are giving great feedback to the council, that the process of engagement of the community is flawed, so that needs to be worked on. That's a separate issue, very important issue. But for the people that need housing now, I'm not talking about the people migrating in. I'm talking about not the terminally or the chronically homeless. I'm talking about regular families. The biggest number of people on the list for housing right now is families and seniors. And there is a lack of support people. With all of this passion and all of this rigor towards this, and people I really respect in the room against this development, I would love to see that same kind of passion and effort be put into place to have it Canning and this area of Kings County its own housing action plan. Spend all the time together on this kind of thing to develop an action plan. That's what Kentville is now doing, and I'm really impressed. And there's been some movement forward as a council towards openness of that kind of thing. So let's spend the effort, and Kimberly already said it, working together. We desperately need affordable housing. If this builder is going to build something and have affordable housing, yes, people here have some great views. There's been some strong language used and great ideas. And it's too bad the process is flawed, but the people that don't have a voice, the families and the seniors that need some housing. See, if we need 500 affordable units in Kings County, that's 2,000 units to be built if we're going to honor a percentage that only 25% would be deeply affordable and 75% would be a mixed value. So obviously I'm standing up to say don't shoot it down, but also there's things to work on. We hear that, and there's improvements to be made as a council, as a county, and I live in this county. So that's what I wanted to add, but that's not disrespecting the input and the concerns people have, but I would hate to sacrifice. I couldn't imagine being a developer. If I was a developer, I had to go through this kind of rigor to build some housing in a place that desperately needs housing. I'll tell you, I wouldn't develop here. And that would be a shame if we had developers going to other places, because we desperately need development right across the valley, and it's chronic, and you know that. But I wanted to say that, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Yes, this gentleman here, and then you, sir, please. Yeah.
Hi there. My name's Kyle Graves. I live on 1029 Chapel Road. I didn't plan on speaking tonight, but after hearing everything being said, I thought I would speak on some of the positive points and how urgent it is that we address the housing crisis we're currently in. My backyard currently backs on to this proposed development, and although I may not have as good of a view with these buildings, the pros far outweigh the cons, in my opinion. We are in dire need of housing, especially in Canning. Both my grandparents and my sisters both have mobility issues, and currently with the proposed buildings, with the elevators and the underground parking, they would be able to move closer and enable my wife to be able to care for them easier, along with having the ability to see their grandchildren more frequently. I've spoken to lots of my neighbors who are also having the same issues, as their children cannot find anything in Canning to rent or buy, which would give them the ability to have their grandchildren growing up closer to them. We need more accessible units in buildings like this for our mobility impaired and elderly, along with just units in general. The fire department is currently having issues recruiting, along with most small businesses in the area. I can't even find a school kid to mow my yard or clean up the leaves in the fall. There's so much beneficial opportunities with this development, and I just really hope everybody takes a chance to look at the positives. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Graves, and yes, you, sir, and then the lady that just put her hand up. If you wouldn't mind introducing yourself.
Good evening, folks. My name is Murray Tate. With my wife, I own Tate Engineering. We're the construction manager for the developer. We're obviously here in support of the developer. But I want to explain why. In 2000, I was in university at Tons, taking engineering. I was in the first class to take sustainability as a course. And I remember them showing the big foot coming down on the earth. And they told us we had to make it a smaller foot. So, you're limiting sprawl. You're reducing the energy demand per unit. you're reducing the cost of infrastructure per unit. And most importantly, as a Nova Scotian, thank you for protecting our breadbasket. That is huge, huge. I applaud you for that. So, on any given day, we'll have 30 to 40 people on the site working. I'm creating a picture of what this means in your community. Over the course of the project, we'll have over 200 people working on that site. They will spend money in the community every day buying gas and food. We have a safety program in place. We've worked on 5 buildings in your community with no lost time accidents. Our contractors have environmental controls in place, and we are concerned about the environment. That's why we protect it too. On another part of our business, we build nursing homes. And I also live in a village. This is not my backyard, okay? But I live in a village with 2 roads, 3 gas stations, grocery store, and 20,000 people. Fall River, it's a village. And I would love to see a building like this come to my community as well, because then my parents could live in a maintenance-free space. They could stay close. So that's important, to keep people in your communities aging in place. It's this type of building, when you add it to the single-family dwellings, that creates the mixture you're looking for. Just because they're different doesn't make them bad. It's a mixture. We've worked for Mr. Tajani for 4 years. He's a great person who happens to be a developer. Okay? Let's not mix that up. We urge you to approve this project. We are ready to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tate. Yes,
Hi, my
please.
name is Gay Clark, and I'm from the village of New Minas. And I wanted to address some of the people tonight that talked about where are people going to stay. I am resident manager of Pinehurst Apartments in New Minas for Mr. Tanini, and I'm going to tell you, I have nurses who work at Valley Regional. I have kids that work at the Waterville site out here. I have teachers. I have 3 school teachers, and they are all very comfortable, and they all wanted to live in Kings County. Some of them came from Yarmouth at a nursing, and some came from Newfoundland, but they all wanted to live in this valley. This valley is very special, but if you're going to grow, and the number of calls that I get from residents of Nova Scotia who wanted to downsize and wanted to live in this area. They love the apartments. We have such a strong social committee in our building that tonight they're out playing washer toss and beanbag throw on back of the building. If that doesn't create a picture for everybody here tonight of what this organization will build and how it will be maintained, will be bar to none. And another thing, Mr. Tanini will not cut down a tree unless he has to. And I know that, because there's some that needed to, and he still hasn't taken them down. So I urge you tonight, please, give him the go-ahead for this. If not, you will be very disappointed.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, after this lady. Yes.
My name's Debbie Reamer. I live on J. Jordan Road, and I had no intentions of speaking. However, given that someone just said that he wouldn't cut down a tree, that he didn't need to, I would suggest that's a fallacy. I have pictures of the clear cutting that's happened so far. I have raccoons in my yard in the day. I have little dogs. I've never had that happen. The environment is being demolished over there. We need to think about the environment. We need to think about climate control. We have nothing in place. I'm amazed at how little control or how little input you have in terms of a development and how that's going to impact our community. We have no buildings in that community that are higher than, I don't even think there's any that are 3-story. The highest point in our village is the church steeple. We don't want 6 or 5-story apartment buildings. I'm not saying don't build something, but 5 stories and 6 of them? I would suggest that that's a little excessive. And I would urge you to consider what that will do to our village and how it will look. Thanks.
Thanks, Ms. Reamer. Yes, sir.
My name is Andrew Bagley. I live at 9644 Highway 221. We're physically located to the south of Highway 221, immediately south and downhill of this development or proposed development. And I want to give I have a couple, well, 3 points really. I have to then remember what they are. But the first one is we moved in a house about 14 years ago. When we moved in, the ground at the location was so wet that when it rained, the doors swelled and they wouldn't close. We had downpour, the door wouldn't fit because there was so much humidity in the building that the doors would swell. So it was quite evident we had a problem with drainage. We got some local contractor to come up to put some drainage in. His backhoe sank in the mud to the axles. He lost a dozer into the mud. He had to be hauled out. So to the south of this area, there's a very, very significant problem with drainage. And what I want, well, now this development is actually going to be uphill from us. We're in this environment now where we're climate change progressing. We're encountering deluge of water. And I have a great deal of concern about whether the proposal is really fully taking into consideration its likely impact on the properties on the south side of Highway 221. And it kind of, well, it's probably from the intersection with the 358 all the way on the south side up to J. Jordan Road. So I don't know what modeling is being done, but from what I'm hearing, it sounds like it's been a kind of historical modeling, what kind of rainfall we have encountered. And really, I'm just very concerned about where we're going with climate change, what kind of deluge we might see in the future, and frankly, whether we're going to have a house at the end of it when all this water comes running down the hill. So I would really like to see a kind of robust plan for dealing with this. The second thing, really, it's been kind of interesting. I mean, from my accent, you can tell I'm from the UK. And in a way, when I kind of heard Laura's presentation, it was kind of like saying, well, we have this kind of filter. We say proposals come in, and we have this kind of filter, and it kind of comes through the filter, and if it kind of drops through the other end, we say, viable proposal. Great. But, if I've been sitting here listening to what people are saying, and what we're saying is that the people in the community are saying it's about empathy. They don't really want to see just a kind of a filter that says, yeah, here's a proposal, it fits all the rules, bingo, that's a great proposal. What they want is a proposal that empathizes with their environment, with their community, with the needs of this community. And it really does seem that when you see the number of people here, what's been said, that there's really quite universal sense in Canning that this development really isn't kind of empathetic with the way people want to see their community developing. So I just want to kind of put that in front of you. The other thing I also want to mention is we've just had 2 people urging that this development should go ahead, and really just to point out that these people don't live here. They're benefiting economically from this development. One actually works as a contractor or as part of the development team. They can scarcely be kind of considered as representative of the community in Canning. And that was actually what this meeting was supposed to be about. It's about people in Canning actually making their point as to how they see their views and perspectives on this development. So I really don't think they have any real right to be making any kind of input in this meeting. So anyway, that's my point, and I'm happy to take any questions. I have a very technical one about the water situation on the south of Highway 221, if anyone wants to ask me about that.
There are no questions of clarification, but your point regarding the drainage has been made. I can say that if a development takes place there, that prior to any permits being provided for the actual construction of any buildings, then a wastewater drainage plan will have to be submitted by a professional and vetted by our people.
Actually,
engineering
just one
people.
final point, and I wanted to ask about, is really to say, so far as I could tell, this was actually supposed to be a proposal, and yet we see all sorts of actual working on site. There's this mound of earth, probably about 50 feet high. I mean, is this in a situation of being in a proposal, or and if it is simply a proposal, how come so much work is actually currently going on site?
I don't know what the gentleman is doing on site, but it's his property. He's able to clear cut it. We can't stop him if he wanted to clear cut the entire site. Whether or not he was going to build something on it, so that's
Okay.
that situation. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are there any further? Yes.
My name is Debbie Arbuckle, and I live in Canning. I wasn't really planning to speak, but I would like to make a few points. A lot of the issues around public engagement I echo completely, and so I won't go on more about that. But what I'm asking you is to really think about, I saw all these reports when we finally received them, and what became painfully obvious is that everything benefits the developer. Nothing was ever discussed about the impact on Canning itself. And what we're talking about is six five-story apartment buildings that will double our population, and far from being a variety of housing, which we've been told that Canning lacks a variety of housing. Well, now we're going to become a community of mostly apartment buildings, of people living in apartment buildings, and I don't see how that fits with the municipal strategy at all. So I'm a little bit discouraged about the process. I think your decisions have already been made, but I'm asking you to reconsider them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arbuckle. Yes.
Good evening. My name's Linda Eddy, and first I want you to know I grew up in Canning. My mother lives on Summer Street, so I know this project. But at the present, I live at Miners Landing, which is a brand new development in Kentville. And I just want to say, because I've heard a lot of condemnation about apartment living, my husband and I live in this brand new apartment building. My husband was injured on a work site in Alberta, which brought us back home. He cannot work because of his injuries. And I'm so thankful that there's an apartment building that we can live in, and we can be on the bottom floor for my husband, and he can look out the window, he can go on a deck and sit like we did this morning and watch the hummingbirds in the front of our building and just enjoy nature right in the town of Kemptville. And in our building, we have single parents, we have seniors that are disabled, we have seniors that are working, we have middle class, we have lower class. And I think people in this meeting are painting everybody with one paintbrush. But let me tell you, just come to that development. There is so much beautiful green space, so much flowers, so much plants growing in this building. You would think you are in a very expensive place, and it's not. Our rent is reasonable. Like I say, we live on a pension because of my husband's injury. I have met the finest people
in that building. There's not a day goes by I cannot stop. I stop and have a conversation with somebody in that building, from, like I say, single parents to kids to my two closest neighbors are both seniors, which don't have a car, and the point was brought up about all these cars coming to Canning. It's not like everybody leaves for work at 9 o'clock in the morning. I know for a fact, because I live there and I live in the front and I see people coming and going. And there's a lot to be considered, and I appreciate what you do, but I want you to know that living in an apartment building is not a bad thing. It's a great thing. And growing up in Canning, I know there's a lot to be brought into Canning. That street, when I lived in Canning as a kid, there was so much more development going on in Canning then than there is now, and there's a lot of potential for more development in Canning, a lot more jobs for people in Canning. But I just want you to consider the fact that this developer is not gaining much. Well, I don't know what he's gaining, but what he's brought into our lives, into the people in our building, is a whole lot. And I don't know where my husband and I would be right now if it wasn't for that. So please consider the fact that apartment building is not a bad place to live.
Thank you, Ms. Eddy. There is a question was that a question for Ms. Eddy, Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As a father of two young boys, I oftentimes recognize the need and jiggling that you oftentimes see when they need to go to the washroom. So I'm looking across the room and across council, and I'm seeing a need. So it's been 2.5 hours. Could I suggest that we take a brief break?
Well, at the risk of watching your jiggle, Councillor, I'm declaring a recess for 15 minutes, please. Ladies and gentlemen, council, after all that talk of too much water, the deputy mayor spilled her coffee on her computer. Yeah, so that's our short delay. She's shaking, saying everything's fine, everything's fine. So, while the deputy mayor is straightening things out for herself, we'll carry on with hearing from the public. Please come forward and just state your name and address, please.
My name is Teresa Cannon. I live at J. Jordan Road in Canning. This development will mean a lot to Canning. As you can tell, it means a lot to everybody in the building. However, I am asking for adjustment in the height of the buildings. 5-story buildings on top of that hill are going to stick out like a sore thumb. The municipality defines Canning as urban. Anyone driving through our sleepy little village would not agree. 3-story buildings would be a much better fit for Canning. My husband and I have cultivated privacy in our backyard. 5-story buildings will remove 100% of our privacy. At the last community meeting, I asked how the traffic study was conducted. I was told the consultant did the study in December and used Nova Scotia Public Works numbers. When the consultant did his own study, and we have it right here, he did his own study. He put his own cameras up and took his own study. Mind you, he did it for 2 days, 2 hours in the morning, 2 hours in the afternoon on 2 different intersections. So not a good, comprehensive idea of the traffic going through, but he did his own study. And it was in October and January, not December. The council had the study to look at before that meeting and could not answer my questions accurately. Shame on you. How can we trust that you have looked at any of the other studies? In this study, 2.0, existing conditions, 2.1 states that J. Jordan Road is a 50-kilometer zone. It is not. It is a 60-kilometer zone. However, about 10 meters past the 60-kilometer sign is the school zone sign. So that, during school times, does drop it to 50. But any other time of the year, it is 60. And 2.2, the date Thursday, January 20th, doesn't have a year. I presume it is 2022 that that study was done. We'll call these clerical errors in the report. The afternoon traffic volume numbers do not include the high school traffic. High school traffic will go from 3:15 until 3:45. And sometimes there's a little extra after during extracurricular activities. In summer, it can take 10 minutes to get from the post office to the grocery store. It took me 10 minutes 2 weeks ago to travel that far, and that's not a long distance. In 2.3, it says it uses the geometric design standards for Ontario highways and the Ohio Department of Transportation State Highway Access Management Manual. I don't understand what either of these have to do with relevance in Nova Scotia, but I'm sure somebody does, and that's why they were used. But Ohio, I don't think can compare to Nova Scotia. Anyway, that's what was used. That was my question. Why were those two manuals used? 4.0, future conditions. Figure 13. The increase of traffic volume will only increase by a maximum of 64 cars at peak times. That is an afternoon peak entering Canning, not leaving. That is entering. And with a maximum increase leaving in the morning of 61. With 442 units, all with at least one car, these numbers don't make a lot of sense to me. The AM peak on J. Jordan Road is only expected to increase by 28 cars by 2036. 28 cars for 442 units of people who must go to work. I am a school bus driver. I can tell you right now, in the morning, pulling out of my driveway in that bus, it's a little difficult. You add more cars to that road, it's going to be very difficult. The total traffic volume leaving J. Jordan Road will increase by 111 cars per day, according to the traffic study. 111. Doesn't seem like a lot. Let's hope the numbers are right. 4.4, signage would provide a safe crossing location for a significant portion of the development. That's right, what 4.4 states. And that's true. We need an additional crosswalk there. I realize it's not the municipality's job to put in a crosswalk. However, you on the council can go to Nova Scotia Public Works and petition to have that crosswalk put in, which is needed. It's needed now, before this development. I see kids trying to cross that road now, and they're waiting and waiting and waiting because no car will stop and let them cross so they can get to school. That crosswalk is definitely needed. I have another question. If flooding does occur, who's going to be responsible for it? If additional flooding than what is already occurring happens because of something that is not working in the system that is being put in, who is responsible for fixing it? And 3.5.7X. Ms. Mosier said there was no lake, but there is a pond there, just down to the southern tip of that property. There is a pond. And that will be affected by extra runoff and any environmental things that happen. I haven't yet seen any, but it might be just because of the topography. I haven't seen any silt screens up yet with all the moving of earth that Mr. Tiani has been doing. And I think they should be up to protect that pond. That's all I had.
Thank you, Ms. Cannon. If you just stay in your place for a second, Councillor Hurdle has a question of clarification.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Did you reference section 4.4 of the MPS, just to be clear?
No, it would be of the traffic development.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other presenters? Yes.
My name is Pamela Hickman, and I live in Canning on the 221. Basically, I just have a whole lot of questions. I agree that affordable housing is a big priority, and it ought to be a major priority. But my understanding is there's been no commitment by the developer to provide any minimum number of affordable units. And I don't see how you can go ahead talking about it without a commitment, as if it's going to happen, because, you know, people can say a lot of things, and how are you going to hold them accountable if they haven't made a commitment in writing? I don't understand that part. How is it possible to just say something and then you take it as gospel and then it doesn't happen and you don't have any recourse because you didn't get it in writing in a contractual form? I also have a question, and I don't know if Ms. Mosier could answer it for me, but I heard earlier that the Village of Canning had already budgeted to improve their water supply system before there was any development in the wind. And I just wanted to know, do you know what the basis of those improvements were? Were they somehow crystal balling that we would be getting a development in the next near future that was going to double to triple our capacity? Because I thought that the original projections were 2% per year, but this is clearly like 200%. So I just wondered if you knew what the basis of their projected budget was.
Well,
If you don't know, that's fine, but that's something I don't know, and I haven't seen it in writing.
yeah,
So,
that would be a question for the commission, I think. But
well, you see, and this comes up again and again, because we were talking about, we need sidewalks, but sidewalks only going to get you to J. Jordan, and there's no sidewalk that gets you to the other sidewalk that actually exists at the bottom of J. Jordan, near the 221. So children, I presume there's going to be children, not just seniors, in this development. They'll get to J. Jordan, and now what? They're going to have like 300 cars to navigate to get across the road. I get that the village has to put the sidewalk in, but that's downloading, I think, a responsibility you have because you're the one who may approve this development. So to me, that falls on you, not just downloading it to the village. What if the village doesn't do it? Who's protecting those children? I don't know. That's concerning. And the same with the crosswalk. It doesn't come under your responsibility, but I think it does really, because if you're going to approve this development, then it becomes part and parcel of that. Maybe you can somehow delegate that it has to happen, but really, I think it does. I also wonder about...
Just on that point, and if I could respond to that, we do work in conjunction with the villages, and the villages, of course, supply this service to the residents within the village, and they charge for the service and have their rates set through the Utility and Review Board. And but clearly, you're correct. We work hand in glove with our villages on both these issues that you've brought up, and we will work with the village on both of them. But with regard to the improvements that were required in the system, there was identification that those improvements would have to be made in any event, in some cases because of the age of certain portions of the system, and in other cases because it was clear that capacity was at some point in the near future going to have to be addressed. So if there's a plan to develop this or any other property of any magnitude in the village at any future date, then there will be need to be improvements in these systems.
Would there be, can I ask another question? Would there be a requirement for the village to have a new assessment based on the numbers of buildings in this proposal? Because I
any improvements to the system would certainly take into consideration the number of users, yes.
Okay, so they would have to, study would have to be done, again, based on this new proposal.
Any additional, right now there is capacity, right? For this first phase, there is already capacity. So any future expansion of the system would be calculated by experts based upon the new information.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. I don't know if you're aware, but Canning Recreation, we have a full-time staff person, but the Recreation Board is all volunteers. And right now, the staff person is paid based on a Canning fire rate that was added to the Canning fire rate of
I think it's 20, it was started out, it was $25 per property owner in Canning. So I'm a little concerned about how that's going to play out, because I think, judging from what I hear, is that most of the people will not be property owners. They will be renters. So how that will play out as far as the increased usage of the recreational facilities without the being able to add to the fire rate substantially to reflect the number of units that are on that property. That's just a question I have. And the other one was about the fire protection. We have a volunteer fire department. And in the original proposal, I noted that the study, when they did contact the volunteer fire department in Canning, which is conveniently almost across the road from this new development, but they did say that they would not be able to respond to a fire that was higher than 2 stories, which is quite concerning, given that they're going to be possibly 5 stories, and that Kentville Fire Department could be a backup. That's what it said in the report. But if I was on the 5th floor, I wouldn't want to have to wait for Kentville to come. So I just find that concerning. That and if that has to be improved, seems like a lot of it is falling on the village. So, and I have one.
That was a question that was raised at the June 29th meeting in Canning, and the fire chief responded to that question, indicating that there was an automatic call. Any fire that was, any structure fire of that height that was called in would be automatically attended to on a mutual aid basis by the town of Kentville, who had trucks with the appropriate ladder trucks on them. And this building, of course, to be fully sprinklered. Right?
Okay.
So that was the response to that.
All right, thank you. And I had one more little question. When Ms. Mosier was talking about the 10% open space policy, but it could be adjusted, on what basis do you consider not having that as a requirement?
It is a requirement where it's clearly there are no buffers already present, then it would be required. In this circumstance, there are buffers built in, but there has to be either 10% of the land, or if there's adequate buffering, in our opinion, then that 10% is negotiable. It can either be cash and part land.
So the buffering exists between the townhouses and
It's an open space requirement, really, yeah.
Yeah, but who decides where?
The buffering is looked after by the setbacks that are within the agreement, yeah.
Okay, so that's all part of that. My only last comment was that does the municipality have a policy on climate change amelioration going forward? Is there?
Yes, we do have a climate change action program, yeah.
So would it be possible for a development of this size, or any on future developments, that you could require some degree of energy conservation, alternative energy sources like solar, for instance? Is that something that is possible for you to do?
Not unless Nova Scotia or nationally they decided to change their building codes to require that.
But you have the policy, so why
we have a policy, but that only affects us as a municipal business, like our buildings, our properties, and encouragement of our population. But we have no ability to mandate to anybody that you have to put solar panels on your roof, for example.
Okay, that's disappointing.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much for your time.
All right, ma'am. Thank you for your comments. Yes, sir?
Good evening, I'm Evan Henderson from Waverley. Just have a quick couple of comments here. I'm a contractor that's worked successfully on projects in New Minas, Kentville, and hopefully this new project in Canning. My employees have contributed to the local economy for 4 years now, and I continue to look for local talent to employ in these projects, adding good paying jobs to the Valley region. Without these projects, communities can't grow. I'm also a Nova Scotian who is proud when I hear that the province is increasingly someplace where people want to migrate with a positive overall growing population. However, I do observe communities all over the province that are floundering with depreciating population bases, and am encouraged to see responsible development such as this proposal that should prove to strengthen the viability of the town for future generations. I believe we need more of this in our province and support the project for these reasons.
Thank you, sir. It was Mr. Henderson, right?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
My name's Kelly Redcliffe, and I live in Canning. What strikes me most after reviewing the materials and reading applicable policies is that I feel witness to a loop. The Municipal Government Act gives council jurisdiction over development agreements. It also requires that council develop community engagement policies and guidelines that are binding. The community engagement strategy defines 5 levels of community engagement. 1, inform. 2, consult. 3, involve. 4, collaborate. 5, empower. The concept behind this spectrum of public participation is that as the level of impact on people increases the level of public participation. 1, closing the loop. I'm not sure where or how it was decided, but it was decided that all planning applications, regardless of their impact, merit no more than a 2 out of 5 engagement process. Level 2 is a consultative process where you simply inform and listen to feedback. This means that no one actually does an assessment of what the impact to a community will be when it comes to deciding the appropriate level of engagement for a planning application. The decision was made once and for all to simplify matters in defiance of the actual basic nature of the policy. In this way, an ongoing violation of the community engagement policy seems engineered into the very way you work. I find this to be the root cause of everything wrong about the process that follows. 2, the R5 loop within the loop. So as part of the MPS process, a zoning designation called R5 was implemented as a tool to provide opportunity for development in growth centers, and Canning is designated a growth center. Many properties that fit a particular description were thus designated. However, the Level 2 consult process, which requires the municipality to inform people within 500 feet of these rezoned properties, was actually not implemented. Again, violating the community engagement policy. It seems this widespread change and movement towards R5 zoning was all wrapped up in the blanket of the municipal planning strategy, which clearly did have an engagement process, but one that didn't directly speak to the people who would be impacted. So R5 zones were approved without even following the Level 2 consultative process. Additionally, it seems that when you introduce a development agreement to an R5 zone, the sky's the limit, It doesn't matter that 45 feet is written in the max height as of right in the land use bylaws. The planner just needs to see if the other policies within the MPS enable the application or not. 3, keeping the loop closed. So there is in fact a way within the MPS that could have allowed for more engagement from the community in Canning on how it wanted the growth of Canning to occur in the first place. Several communities in the county have secondary plans which are put into place for communities who have unique circumstances or are deemed to be high growth areas. But because Canning was expected to have low growth, it didn't meet the criteria. So the expectation that Canning would have low growth means that Canning doesn't meet the criteria for a secondary plan, which in fact opens the door for high growth application. 4, inside the loop. Now, with the community only being consulted, the R5 zone established without direct consultation, the bylaws for the R5 zone wide open for development agreements, now a developer can and did make an application. The planner has a lot of criteria to assess, and it seems like a large part of the process is to find the enabling policies, the ones that support the proposal and assess what might need to be changed in the application so the application does meet policies. My assessment reading the staff report is that it's designed around these enabling policies that will make it possible to follow through with the development. There really isn't any language that suggests questioning, balance, discernment. When it comes to community consultation, the process leans towards no. When it comes to assessing the development agreement, the process leans towards yes. And that's really important because the process, when it leans in a certain way, it affects how we define words. At a recent community organized meeting, we learned this on the discussion of how this project isn't consistent with the existing infrastructure. We were told consistent isn't the same as identical. I do actually understand this. I would hope that you understand that the difference between compatible and overshadowing. But basically, inside the loop, compatible means what you want it to mean. Otherwise, how is it possible that there is no mention of the policy 5.3.8L, which empowers the municipality to establish controls that may be needed to adequately address any concerns raised by the criteria set in 5.3.7 as it relates to architectural features, including but not limited to bulk, scale, height, to ensure they are visually compatible with nearby buildings. I can only imagine that this is not even mentioned in the staff report because within the closed loop of staff, planning advisory council, and perhaps council, these things are not a concern. Outside the loop. I like to see multiple sides of an issue. I value collective wisdom, and I know the best decisions come from it. People are smart and can see the bigger picture if you create the conditions in which they matter. I would have loved to have been able to hear from residents within my community with different perspectives on this issue. By relegating this to a level 2 consultation process without following the policy to assess impact in the first place, you have essentially shut the community of Canning out in a meaningful way. Instead, the few people you sent letters to for this development agreement have had to find a way to do your job and try to inform the entire community who will be impacted, to try and engage them, to hold community meetings, to invite you to community meetings, and to be open-hearted when so much is at stake for them personally. You've left our community to figure out how to get informed. People have been repaid with poor answers and a lack of transparency on issues as simple as sharing reports. People have had to put themselves out in ways that are stressful and hard. Some may even feel, as the mayor mentioned at the last meeting, that they need to hide their opinions as they don't feel safe. Any division that has been sown is a direct outcome of the municipality's failure to follow policy and assess the impact of this project in the first place. You have put many in our community in a position of having to try to push their way back into the loop through media and petitions and hard-hitting letters that they hate writing. There is one way out of this loop. It is so obvious why this policy to assess impact on a community before deciding what the engagement process should be exists. If you don't assess what level of engagement is needed for different circumstances, like an application that will double the population of a community, the loop gets closed without any thought from the get-go. There's only one way out of this loop. You tied the knot, you need to untie it.
Thank you, Kevin. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Yes, sir. At the very back. And did I see two other hands here? You follow him, please. And was there one over here? And you follow the second gentleman, please.
Hi, I'm David Bain on Baines Road just outside Canning. I'll just warn you right now, I'm hungry. I did miss my supper, so my stomach's growling like crazy. Anyway. With one vote, council is able to set a precedent, not just for Canning, but the entire municipality. One vote for the gentrification of an entire community. The dominant and homogeneous nature of whichever upper middle income target market is chosen by the developer seeking the safety and security of this almost separate community located within Canning, and large enough to displace the voice of the existing population of Canning, creates a perfect mix for gentrification. But as the mayor has explained, the municipality has to follow policy. The recently reworked municipal planning strategy, or MPS, now allows for the dominating scale of this project to occur due to the apparent removal of all building limits along with common sense whenever a development agreement is applied to an R5 zone. Okay, so the mayor has made sure to make us understand that the municipality has a legal responsibility to accept this ridiculous, self-created policy situation. But in the same vein of legal accountability, the council must feel certain the municipality has also abided by and adhered to all relevant policies when it is voting tonight, not just policy which has been cherry-picked or manipulated in support of a particular agenda. Community engagement is a critical component of MPS policy, and the following are two examples where major components of community engagement policy have been intentionally subverted by the municipality. First, consider how the municipality allows only a single level of community engagement for all planning proposals, and how this is in direct conflict with the policy requirements for community engagement in the MPS. MPS policy 5.11B clearly requires, as the level of impact on people increases, the level of public participation increases. This is MPS policy, it's not a goal. Instead, and through a backroom decision, it was decided that all community engagement for planning applications will be done on one level, a consulting basis. For reference, the MPS ranks consulting basis as only a 2 out of 5 in relation to the degree of impact on the affected community. Maybe the developer's much more appropriate Miners Landing in Kentville would rate a 2 out of 5. Maybe. But it is clear the proposed development for Canning would rate a 5 out of 5 in terms of the expected impact on the village of Canning, requiring a much higher level of community engagement according to the MPS. Changing the standards may be convenient for the municipality's agenda, but this places it in direct conflict with the policy requirements of community engagement. Secondly, consider how this project was initially made possible by changing the zoning from R2 to R5. This massively impactful decision was done without sending written notification to people within 500 feet of the property in question, which is a requirement for all land use amendments. This was done through a decision by the municipality, with the rationale used that these changes were publicized enough as part of the overall reworking of the MPS and LUB. So the municipality conveniently and wrongly decided it was not necessary to inform landowners directly. Making direct contact is required because it is effective in comparison to other methods. Simply put, policies as well as common sense and any reasonable interpretation still required the municipality to contact landowners within 500 feet directly, and the municipality did not. Meaning this entire situation for such an incredibly impactful decision is predicated on the municipality not meeting even this low standard of community engagement policy. Again, convenient, but very contrary to the policies of community engagement. The mayor has been brazen enough to ask the Canning community to accept accountability for not engaging with the municipality. Except that accountability lies with the municipality. I would suggest that the lack of respect displayed towards the Canning community would be better refocused on the municipality's abject failure to abide by their own community engagement policies. At least make an attempt to achieve these important policy requirements, to do your job, rather than escaping your responsibility to it. My trust in the actions and words of the planner and the mayor has been lost. When people become too focused on achieving an agenda, words and ideas can become twisted beyond recognition in pursuit of this agenda. It is so dangerous and easy to justify to yourself it is all for a greater purpose. As one example, when the planner associated with this project explained at the community organized meeting that, and I quote, "It is important to remember that consistent and identical do not mean the same thing. And what they are referencing is massive 5-story buildings, hundreds of feet long, as compared to the single-family dwellings which now form the housing style in Canning. This is the same person whose professional discernment and integrity is so critical to this approval process." Or the mayor at the same meeting disingenuously attempted to disassemble the idea of reasonable transparency by asking if now people would expect the municipality to release all information for every single dwelling that requires a planning application, when the reference is receiving pertinent information on this massive housing development. I expect better than this, but problematically, these types of behavior have been a regular feature of this approval process. Following are 3 examples where policy has been twisted well beyond reason when claiming this proposed development meets policy. Specifically, policy 3.113B requires the proposal provides a mix of housing options rather than only one building type. The proposal has 420 units of one type and a handful of townhouses. Outside of the planner's professional opinion, this cannot seriously be considered as any real mix of housing styles. The proposed development, through its domination of Canning, will actually dramatically decrease diversity in the village. If the project was ever completed, approximately 1/2 of this new Canning would now live in almost identical apartment units. To make things homogeneous is not to create a mix. Specifically, policy 3.113M requires that the proposal complements existing and planned development within an adjacent town or village in location design. It is an extreme misrepresentation of the policy to say this is the case when the proposal would so obviously completely dominate any existing architectural style or population demographic. To overtly dominate is not to complement. Even less understandable, the planner in their official report said this policy was not even relevant because there was no adjacent village. Oh, right, we need to remember that this is a professional understanding of the term adjacent. Specifically, policy 15.3.7C4, which requires the proposed development to not result in traffic or pedestrian hazards. The TIA is relied on in this process to determine if policy is met by this proposal. According to the Department of Transportation, a TIA only represents that the existing roadways are able to safely handle the projected traffic volume, The TIA assumes the safety of the children in this determination. Assumes, not assesses. Except that community residents have already expressed concern for the safety of the children attending Glooscap. Whether it is the lack of sidewalks, crosswalks, the dangerous J. Jordan Road intersection with its blind corner and difficult slope and slippery conditions, the large potholes which divert drivers from the children's activities or the high speed limit, never mind the intrinsic concern of many children so near a road with the already experienced close calls. These concerns already exist and have been expressed by Canning residents, even before this proposed development. Now to add maybe 500 to 600 cars at peak AM hours to access the road system directly at the school and to not even acknowledge it as a concern anywhere? Frankly, this is not acceptable. The mayor has been quick to say the province is responsible for road safety, but in fact, MPS policy makes it the responsibility of mayor and council to assess that these safety concerns have been addressed before they can vote yes to this proposal. It is the responsibility of this approval process being voted on here tonight. So I ask the council, please adhere to policy when you vote, not just the policy which achieves an agenda to approve this proposal, but also the policy which protects the Canning community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions?
I see no questions. I'm sorry, I've lost track there. Yes, please.
Hello. I'm Richard Galpin from Kentville. I lived, worked, owned businesses 50 plus years in Kentville, Kings County. I've paid a lot of taxes and so on. About 3 years ago, I had to downsize. Age, health, where am I going to go? I put the sign on the lawn and went in a day. I said, I got to go somewhere. And then along come an excavator and dug a hole across from the research station, and things start to look up. I went in, I made the first phone call, probably got the first apartment, and said, wow, this is a different living. Where am I going to go? What am I going to do here? Is it a community? Don't know. I said, I'll give it a year. I'll try it. Fast forward 3 years, I get up every morning. I love where I live. I love the people. I love everything. Had that not been built, I don't know where I was going to go. You know, senior, so on, so forth. Everything is well built. It's a lot of extras put in there that a developer didn't have to put in, and you know, I'm not here because the developer asked me. I'm just Joe Q. I'm a critic, same as you. People were asking about the traffic. So I fast forward 3 years. In year one, I went to the town of Kentville and I said, you got to do something. I said, 200-300 cars going to come out of this complex. You got to do a traffic study. And they said, traffic study's done. I said, really? I said, when are you putting the lights up? Not putting any lights up. How are we going to get out of this complex onto Main Street, which is very, very busy? And they said, no, you know, they did their study and so on and so forth. And I looked, I said, okay, well, here I am today to eat the crow. I have no problem getting out. I can't believe that, you know, there's not a lineup of 15 cars and so on and so forth. Like I said, I don't like crow, but I'm going to eat it. The traffic is not an issue, and I can't believe it. The water and the sewer, I thought, oh yeah, they did studies on that. The environment, yeah. yes, he had to cut a tree down to put the apartment in, but whether it was 1 story, 5 stories, 10 stories, he still had to cut the tree down. But it made up in all the landscaping and everything that he put in, and it is big and it's extras. So I thank Kentville for allowing it in, and the County of Kings and everything that they do. You know, I hear the people from Canning, I understand. You know, I heard the people from Waterville, they didn't want Michelin. You know, it's tough. It's a tough decision for you fellas, but you'll do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Galvin. Any other speakers? Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. You're going to have to duke it out, you two. Okay.
Hi, my name is Shelley Clark. I don't live in Canning, but I frequently visit. I will start by saying I wouldn't want your job. It's like that person or people that have to cancel school. There's just, sometimes you can't win. I see both sides. I see that there is a need for housing, and no one's saying there's not. I don't think there's anyone here tonight saying that housing is not needed. We don't want apartments. We don't want townhouses. That's not what's being said tonight from the folk in Canning. I think what's being said is, please just do this carefully. Comparing what is in Kentville to what is proposed for Canning, that's apples and oranges. You can't do that. Number one, the traffic in Miners, they're on a bus route. I would expect some of those people maybe don't even have a vehicle. So Canning, that's not a bus route. There's going to be traffic, a big difference in traffic. Don't forget that the village that Mr. Tiani wants to build in exists because of the same people that have spoken tonight. Their points are valid. They should be considered seriously. The village prospers because of them, and people like them. Listen to them. They know what they're talking about. They live there. They live their lives there. They've raised their children there. And I would expect that they want their generations to continue there. Doing this, just do it carefully. Be considerate and consider what you should be considering. Listen to what's being said. Maybe it's a change in the height. I don't think we're saying don't bring it. That's not what we're saying. We are, from what is being said by the employees tonight of Mr. Tiani, he sounds like a reasonable gentleman. I don't know him. I wouldn't know him if I fell over him. And he might even be here tonight. Hello if you are. If that is the case, then have a conversation with him. See if there is any opportunity for any movement. Does it have to be as tall as what he's proposing? I know making it 3 levels, I know it's going to affect the bottom line for him. I know it's going to affect his profit, and nobody's doing it out of the goodness of the heart. I know that's a consideration for him. But perhaps there is a way to work together and make this work. Housing is needed. We all know people that are looking for housing and affordable housing. Responsible development, that's what we're asking for. Some gentlemen referred to responsible development. That's all we want. Be responsible with this. Be responsible to the people that live in Canning. Be responsible to the people that need a place to live. You're in a hard spot, and you've heard a lot of things, a lot of comments, a lot of points made in both sides, and they're valid points on both sides. Just realize that you're affecting people's lives. The decision you make tonight affects people that live there now and their property values. It affects, if you go against it, it affects people looking for housing. I really mean it. I would hate to be you. It's a big decision, and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Clark. Are there any other speakers?
Hello, I'm Linda Lockyer, 9790 Main Street in Canning. I live right beside the post office, and my concern is with regard to traffic. It's very difficult to find a spot to park in Canning now with the new restaurants, and we've become very prosperous. But I think a smaller development would hopefully allow people to park in front of the post office to pick up their parcels. They probably will have a box at the building to get their mail, but I think all of their parcels and stamps would have to be picked up at the post office. So that's just one more thing to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. We don't want to cut anybody off. Does anyone else wish to speak? Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Noel Tiani, and I'm the developer, and I live in Halifax. I hope I still have a right to speak here.
You certainly do as the applicant, sir. You might want to say hello back to the lady that just said hello to you.
Hi. It's been interesting to hear the comments today, and a bit disappointing for me at times to hear what I feel is a little bit of misinformation that's being spread. It was interesting to have a gentleman come up and talk about what the rents are going to be when I haven't posted any rents and not made any rents public, and they're still under discussion. It was interesting to hear two of the opponents come up and speak who actually have competing developments with our project. I find that's interesting that wasn't, that bias wasn't acknowledged. But I don't want to stand here and go on and on and on about that. It's just my own personal upset, I guess we'll call it. I'd like to talk about the good things that we do and the reason that we're doing this project. You have a serious crisis with housing availability in Canning, in Kings County, and in the province of Nova Scotia. We are addressing that with this development. I last spoke to you in, I think it was June, and at that time, we had not started leasing our latest building. We simply had a list of people who were interested. That list was about 100 people. The building has 49 units. All 49 units are spoken for today, and the building won't open until September. We talked about affordable housing. It's our intent to have affordable housing units within the apartment building. I don't believe that we will have a problem with that, but we will have a difficulty with everybody determining what is considered affordable, particularly when people are telling us the rents that we're going to have when we haven't even decided them yet. The buildings will be efficient. It's an efficient use of land to go with higher density. Your planner has spoken to that in detail. But it's also would appear to be common sense that we put more units on a smaller area of land than if we were building single-family homes, duplexes, fourplexes, or 16-unit buildings. The economic impact has been discussed, and it's substantial. If you were to go to the bank and say, this several $100,000 is pretty well guaranteed in perpetuity, they're going to lend you about 10 times that to get things done. We're giving an opportunity for people to age in place. One of our biggest markets is people that live in Kings County or live in the communities that we're building who have no options. Those people are moving to Halifax, and when we build these buildings, they're moving back so that they can be closer to their family. Or if they're younger people, they're coming and moving into our buildings so they can be closer to their jobs or take the jobs that you need them to take, i.e. in the hospitals. Right now you have a limited, and I mean extremely limited, if not non-existent, ability to service more staff at your hospitals because of the lack of housing. We promote a healthy lifestyle in our buildings. We have a walking trail around this project. We're going to connect with the road system in terms of if people, I know there's issues about sidewalks on one side of the road or the other, but they still just have to cross a road to get there. We also incorporate a gym in our building, and I was just at Miners Landing today, and that was being used by a gentleman who couldn't have been much younger than 75, but don't tell him I said that if you run into him. We straddle and we mix in terms of our target market. We do not have the ability to say this building is for this group of people and this other building will be for that group of people, because it's just not the population base to do that here. So that we do find in our buildings, we have young families, we have older retirees, we have single people, we have couples, we have a vast range of economic situations. And we like that because it makes for a better community than simply having a homogeneous set of one group or another. So basically, I'm very proud of the projects we build. They're very attractive to people who want to live there. It's disappointing that not everybody wants them, but that's nothing new. We went through this in Wolfville about a decade ago. It was actually a worse, well, worse is maybe not the right word, but it was a more difficult group of opponents, and as a result, we went ahead and our building was inevitably passed. We built it, and the next time we were in front of that council, one of the councilors stood up and said, "What I'd like is for Mr. Tiani to come back and build more." So that'll give you an idea of how these things come to pass in time. I think that the protestations that you've heard tonight will possibly continue, but they won't last forever. And I think you'll have an attractive project in your community to attract more people and to keep the people who want to stay here. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Tiani. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, I'm Pam Matheson. Live in Kingsport, but my husband and I have two businesses on Main Street in Canning. I should be giddy with delight with the prospect of all these people coming and possibly selling another jacket in my shop, but I'm not. I'm nervous. I'm nervous because this could be a great project for Canning, but I'm worried that it's too large, it's too high. What's it going to do for us? Does that mean I get to go to the gym? May I walk my dogs on the trail around the apartments? Or is it for the residents only? I don't really have a lot to say because honestly the community has said everything that I feel. But I guess, Deputy Mayor, at the last meeting I attended, you said there are always options. You can say yes, you can say no, and there's a third option. And that's maybe that we consider sitting down with the developer and just talking a bit. Maybe he does reduce the size somehow so it's not quite as mammoth, but I know you were thinking that. And I hope there are others tonight who will consider a third option. If you don't consider our option. Anyway, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Matheson. Does anyone else wish to speak? Second time? Anybody else? It's like an auction. If you move your hand to scratch your head, I'm assuming you want to speak. No one else, then thank you for your input, and I'm declaring the public hearing to be closed. That now brings us to the actual meeting of council. So I'm declaring the Municipal Council session for July 26, 2022 open, and we'll begin by taking roll call, please. Thank you. Let the record show that all councillors are still present. And we have an agenda before us that has been circulated. I'm looking for a motion to approve the agenda, please. Moved by Councillor Allen, seconded by Councillor Harding. Any discussion, errors, omissions, additions? Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. The agenda has been approved unanimously. Thank you. For the interest of the public, when we approve an agenda, we never are certain what is going to be on the agenda until the motion to approve has been passed. And therefore, at that time, I look to councillors to ask them whether or not they feel they have a conflict of interest of any sort in any item that's on the agenda. And if there is not, then we proceed. Or if there is, I'll call upon the councillor. Councillor Meisner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do not have a direct conflict of interest. However, I do want to mention that my husband has worked in the past for the applicant in a sub-trade. So although this is not a direct conflict, I did want to disclose that for disclosure purposes for the record for those who are here this evening.
Thank you, councillor. That's appropriate. Anyone else? No, and I agree that I don't consider that to be a conflict of interest, a direct financial interest. If your husband's employment depended upon this, if he worked directly for Mr. Tiani, it might well be, but that's not the case. Moving then to item 4, Policy Advisory Committee recommendation from May the 10th, 2022. Councillor Armstrong, would you carry that, please?
Planning Advisory Committee?
Did I say Planning Advisory Committee?
You said policy.
Good heavens.
Well, we'll go with planning.
Who
How's
mentioned that?
Okay. Yeah, it's only 9:45. Okay.
Yeah, I know. And I haven't eaten. Have you?
No.
Okay.
That municipal council give final consideration to and approve entering into a development agreement to permit multi-unit residential uses on a vacant parcel in the southeast quadrant of J. Jordan Road and Summer Street, PID 55354385, 55008627, and 553844796 Canning, which is substantively the same for minor differences in form as the draft set out in Appendix C of the report dated May 10, 2022. I so move.
Moved by Councillor Armstrong, seconded by Councillor Windsor. Discussion, debate on the motion, please. First of all, Councillor Windsor.
Thank you, Mayor. We have heard a lot, not only tonight, but over the course of time, and we've read much. I certainly appreciate that lady who spoke about the challenging decision that we have to make. I just want to first say that I appreciate all your comments and all your the concerns. You're obviously very community-minded, and I think we all respect that. And thank you for participating in our process. We may say that it's flawed, but I'm sure we constantly review and look at our processes, and I'm sure that in time we will post-mortem this and say, what can we do better? We constantly do things like that. Where do I start? A lot of what we talk about when we're getting to a development has been predicated on a lot of consultation that happened in advance, which was the creation of a municipal planning strategy that set a lot of framework in place that we work within. So we all rely on that as well, and you hear some references to it, and some of it you may not understand. It's totally understandable. I've been here 10 years, and I think I've been on the Planning Advisory Committee for the full 10 years, and it is complex. But that really lays the foundation for considering what we're considering here tonight. So it sets a framework in place, and I believe, looking at it and with the length of time that we put in, it is a good framework. For myself, in considering a decision like this, I'm a district councillor. I have a district, and I recognize the challenge for Councillor Granger tonight. I represent a district, but in making every decision, I try and break it into two parts. I'm a councillor decision. I'm a district councillor. I'm a county councillor, and so the broad interest of the council has to come in mind, and so I try and do that. And so tonight, as I weigh things, it's the interest of the village and it's the interest of the broad community. We've made reference to some stuff and studies and whatnot, and I'm not sure the level of understanding that we're going to have, any of us, into a technical study, an engineering study. That's why we get them to stamp the work that they do, because we put reliance into their credentials, which they could lose if they didn't do the work properly and to standards. So and some of the business that we refer to like the water and sewer. That's core business of villages as well as municipalities. So we can keep talking about that and whether we're going to be able to meet the requirements of our community. But that's our core business, and we always do. We always meet that requirements, and the planning is long term. You're never planning for water and sewer for next year. You're planning 15 and 20 years down the road. I think in the regional sewer system now, we're at 50-something% of the capacity. And so we measure that, but we never want to run to where we're 90% of the capacity. So the work that we've done, and you've heard reference to the fact that, funding has been identified and whatnot, that's a normal part of the work, the process. With respect to the bigger picture, like housing, I would say, is probably the biggest issue facing this county. Housing across every spectrum, and none of those spectrums work in isolation. They all maneuver with people moving from A to B and somebody else moving into A. And I know in the business community, and I'm on the Regional Enterprise Network Liaison and Oversight Committee, the biggest challenge that the business community faces is to be able to hire the people that they need to do their jobs. And the biggest impediment to them bringing people in is housing. And I know we were trying to host an event at the Old Orchard Inn there that was going to have 150 to 200 people. Anywhere in the valley. We could not host it because they didn't have staff to support an event greater than 25 people. They could not. And so that's where we are as a county. So I weigh that heavily as I think about this decision. There's reference to the transit, and I was thinking about that, and now I've been around 10 years. We've talked about Canning doesn't have transit. Well, I remember a few years ago when it didn't have a gas bar because it didn't have the quantum of need to legitimize a gas bar. But it finally got one because I remember the councillor of today working to try and make that happen. So the best opportunity for Canning to get amenities like transit and others is to grow a little. And I'm also on King's Transit Board, and I know we talk about how do we branch out, how do we reach into those smaller areas and be able to offer the service. Well, there's a quantum of demand that may get us there. As a municipal councillor, I'm also very mindful of our financial responsibility and to be able to provide services across the system. So when we're looking at a development that would generate $750,000 in revenues between the county and the town and the village of Canning, that allows us to offer the services that you demand, the people demand. It also keeps our tax rate low, because the fewer the people we got, the more on the properties, the more the tax rate is inclined to go up, so that we can offer the services. Further on the housing, I was on the trail about 8 or 10 days ago. I met a guy who was coming out of a field there with a cart and suitcase, 2 or 3 suitcases on it. He was sleeping in a tent out there in the field, him and a 17-year-old daughter. And I stopped and I talked with him, and I said, gee, you know, like, have you got money? If I had $20, and I was biking, I had no cash. He said, no, I've got a job. I just can't find a place to live. So, you know, like, we want certain things in our community, but I think we have to be so mindful of those big picture needs out there as well. And let's see where I might go from there. I was thinking, you know, will this development derogate from the quality of life for Canning? I don't think so. I think it will add to it. And when I listen to the stories, when I've seen the development on Miners Landing, and I listen to what's being proposed here, I think it's going to add value to any community. It'll bring in new labor, new skills, new people to share the community with you. We talk about sustainability of our communities, and I think this is the kind of thing that we need to have a sustainable community. And we talk about the standards, or we talk about the things that we'd like to see. And Mayor, I'm going to get there soon, because I know there's I think this may be my last point. Like, we'd like to see this dispersion of, or this various categories of housing and different cultures and all that, where there's only so far that we can structure or dictate through policy. And even in fact, if a developer developed like that, to say this income group goes here and this culture goes here, or whatever, and to fit them all in, as opposed to having a general community where everybody fits in, you know, it could be seen as almost as segregation, right? And I think there was some strong comments made to the quality of life that apartments can offer. So I'm comforted by all of that. So that is why I was prepared to second this motion tonight. I've heard the passion in your voices, both for and against. So I support this motion, and that's why I second it tonight, is for the betterment of our community and the betterment of all of us. And I believe it's going to be positive for Canning. If I didn't, I wouldn't support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Windsor. Next up is Councillor Granger.
Thank you, Mayor Mattart. And thank you. I'm really grateful that the community showed up regardless of what side. You came, you brought passion, and you brought yourselves. And that's more than a lot of communities actually do. So thank you for that. Although you might not agree, or understand the processes that the councillors have to adhere to, they are there for a reason. And as a councillor, I have to put my confidence in the people that we've put in place that are educated, knowledgeable, experienced, and have the expertise to be able to guide us. I don't profess to know everything, and I'm very grateful to get their points of view, and of course, their professionalism. They give us accurate and correct information, and, with everyone right down to, from the engineers to the technicians, to public works, to the road department, to the fire officials, the planners, the inspectors, the developers. They've been at this for a lot longer than I have. And I've only been a councillor for a whopping 18 months, but I've had to learn a lot. And I'm still learning and trying to learn. I feel that the developer has a nice track record of responsibility and reliability. And yes, there's going to be more cars, there's going to be more people, but we're transitioning. Our whole municipality is a work in progress, and will continue to be, regardless if this goes or not. I pride myself on the fact that I like to look at all sides of something before I make a decision of any kind. So in my mind, with a mix of apartments and townhomes, there's going to be a mix of people, and that will diversify our area. The village can avail itself to a little bit more new business for businesses that are in business for business, and it'll open up new employment opportunities in our area as well. And those are pretty nice economic bonuses. So we have to answer the call of housing with the province as well. Affordable is going to mean something totally different to everyone. Affordable to you may not be affordable to me, and vice versa. So with all that in mind, I think that the infrastructure, we've looked at pretty much every angle, and I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Granger. Next up is the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Matart. I don't quite know where to begin. I'll start with saying that I believe we have used, to some extent, we've tried to slot people into boxes a bit tonight. And stereotypes, we could even call them that, that developers are bad and self-interested, that council has an agenda and we don't care and we're not thoughtful and we're too silly to follow our own policies, things along those lines. We're motivated by the municipal's coffers and tax revenue, and that people who want a thoughtful process are somehow NIMBYs. So I don't think any of these boxes are adequate and don't adequately capture the complexity and nuance that we all are. And I think some speakers have captured it beautifully, and others less so. And that's okay. We're all allowed to feel passion. And I will say, I do think that our processes have created the conditions for divisiveness, and I do feel very sorry that that has happened. But we are baked in some ways in an institution that is built upon a structure which can be very difficult to change, and that is not all that flexible or adaptive. But only through time and caring individuals working toward their values do we get anything accomplished. And while it doesn't sound like I'm talking about this proposal, I really am, in that this institution at this moment in time is comprised of 10 individuals who care very deeply about the outcome of all of our communities and about Canning and about the things you've said tonight. Otherwise, we wouldn't have listened, but I think we all listened very carefully this evening and heard what you had to say. And I can assure you that none of us came in here tonight with our minds made up before we heard from you. We all come with various experiences, and we all come having taken in the things you've written us. But to say that we somehow had our decision made before hearing from the people that it impacts, I think would be wrong. But also we have an obligation to consider the wider conditions within which we are working, based on the experiences we all bring to the table as well. So I think, hang on here. We have work to do on public engagement. And I think there's a couple issues here tonight, but one is that the process hasn't been perfect. And this isn't the first time a process that the County of Kings has done has not been perfect. However, we were working within what we had at the time. I think there is a lot of room to change and grow, with specifically in regard to the R5 zoning, and that there was something out of balance here in terms of how the level of engagement impacted and related to the impact on community. That was out of balance, and I believe that to be true, and that we could do better, 100%. Another thing that is out of balance in our communities is the amount of people we have here and the amount of homes we have available for people to live in. And I think we've made the housing argument enough, but there's other arguments that are leading to me supporting this development. And one is density, and that is good for climate change, and that is good for sustainable infrastructure, and that is good for protecting agricultural land. Those things are true, and those are benefits to having more people living in a smaller footprint. That can't be denied. But if we're going to be doing that, we have to resource and we have to provide the infrastructure beyond water and sewer, but we need to look very seriously at providing transit, and we need to look very seriously at any other impacts that this development might have on the community that we can help with. If it's infrastructure, if whatever it is, we're here to provide services. And I think we can backfill to mitigate some of these concerns that have come forward. And I think we're all here to do that. We're all here to listen, and we're all here to make those decisions. And those are the things I really care about, is climate change and protecting agricultural land. And while many folks don't think this is a perfect development or a perfect decision, it's a tough one, as was mentioned. And there's been a few times in my career as a municipal politician that I come to the meeting with utter fear and utter terror in my heart, that I'll be made into a meme, or that my words will be misinterpreted and used against me later. But all we can do is show up imperfectly and try to make imperfect decisions in situations that are imperfect, but do listen to our gut. And the need right now, the reality of the need is extremely real, of families living in campgrounds and in their cars, and to abolish a solution to a need in response to what is a bit of fear, to me, would be irresponsible. And it's natural to fear change, and it's natural to not feel like you have gotten all the answers, but there is a reality at play here that folks are extremely suffering in our community, and that there is something that we can do to try to help them. So I would thank you for listening to my imperfect speech and my imperfect answer, and I'll let my next council colleague speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Next up is Councillor Killam.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'd like to acknowledge the input that the village of Canning and the folks of Canning have given us tonight. Yeah, it's a bit of a difficult decision. However, I've been on council off and on for probably too long, but I'm still here. But I can remember how I'm going to justify. I am going to support the application. I'll be upfront about that. I've been involved with other applications over the years that the community did not want, large applications. But the end result was the people that lived in that community are now able to age in that community. And the same people that possibly had opposition are very happy in their, how can I say, the twilight of their life. or the golden years, so-called. With respect to the monies that would be generated by this project for the village and the council, and the municipality, I should say, there's a lot of things that were mentioned: crosswalks, sidewalks, road repairs, public transit. I believe that will be projects that will be worked upon in the development of this project. Possibly as this proceeds, there will be things like solar being applied to the project. And I appreciate the fact of the size of the project, and it's a concern. I really do. But I don't want to lose this developer to help in our housing crisis in this county. I think he does a class job. I've seen the results of it. It's not like developers come in and we don't know what they're going to build. We see it. I know the size is big, and maybe it's, a little scary for the folks that live near it, but I believe the need is much higher than possibly just canceling the project and away it goes. I do like I have mentioned the fact that it is indicated that possibly some of the units will be, hopefully, worked out with CMHC or however it's going to work, to be subsidized, some of the rents, to allow people that working families can afford to live there. And it's a 10-year project, so a lot can happen in 10 years. This project could really be beneficial, even more so, to the community. Those are the things that I guess have swayed me to vote in favor of this, and I'm hoping that everybody can get along, and maybe at the end of this little journey that everybody will be reasonably happy with the end result. And I guess that's where I'm at. I'll leave it now. My leg is swollen up, and I'll just shut her down right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't know whether all the general public realize that your leg is all swollen up and contained within a cast, and it's the rest of him is okay. The rest of him is okay, he says. Councillor Meisner is up next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I thank all of you for coming out tonight. It has been wonderful to hear from the community, to hear the comprehensive documentation from staff, to hear from my fellow councillors. As identified at the top, I'll be completely honest, I do have a bias. My husband does Cone Thermohomes, which is an insulation company. He has worked on miners, and as an opportunity from that, to be a hotshot for his company, including just running lunch or whatever the guys need, I've seen great economic spin-off from the developments that have happened in our community. I've seen young families and new trades gaining experience at the height of a pandemic when our world was falling apart. They were still being able to work and support their families, and not to mention the money that they spend when they come into our communities. All that aside, I've spent a substantial amount of time with the policies that we've mentioned here tonight. I've read emails from community members. I've just had discussions with fellow councillors. And definitely I'm seeing that there is a lot of process and feedback that is necessary. As our deputy mayor has said, we do have gaps in our engagement process which are necessary, especially highlighted in terms of accessibility. When we talk about being a county where all people feel like they can belong, with a background in special needs, watching and hearing that we haven't been engaging those who may otherwise not be able to do what we've standardly done is very alarming for me. But in terms of what we need right now, I know that change is very difficult, but there's some deep-seated need in our community. As a formal educational assistant, I can tell you many students who lived in a car with no running water and no power with their family. Talking to employers in the valley about how they can hire staff, but they have nowhere to put them. So they are very short-staffed. It's very multifaceted and very deep-seated, the need in our community. And I'm torn because I do hear, excuse me, hear what people are saying, but to ignore the need in our community would be doing a great disadvantage. And just to circle back as well to infrastructure and transit, these are also conversations that we have at this council table on a regular basis about the need for transit expansion and infrastructure and growth in terms of those bare bones. But we need to house people before we worry about what comes next for those people, because if they have nowhere to live, then transit or whatever is not really going to be necessary if their basic hierarchy of needs is not met. So this has been a really difficult one because, change is very hard. But in terms of policy and the need in our county, I feel that, this kind of development and encouraging developers to come into our county and fill that need is really necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Meisner. Next up is Councillor Hurtle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'd like to thank everybody who has come out, made the effort to engage, stayed until 10:15, suffered the heat turning, or the air exchange turning off over an hour ago, and expressed your thoughts and feelings on this matter, because I do sense a lot of feelings, because this is, it will impact your community. As part of my normal process, I want to communicate with everybody involved in any kind of agreement, development agreement, rezoning, and so I always extend that offer out there. And I had a fair bit of engagement on that from all angles. And I came at this without an agenda, but what I wanted to understand was, where does this stand in policy? Because ultimately, as council, we have to make this determination based on the pre-written policy that we have in place today. And so as many of the speakers were bringing forth their concerns and dropping policy numbers and items and how they considered it to be potentially in opposition to the policy that exists, I was making sure to reference that policy item. And not only was it done live, obviously I've been living in the councillor office the last 2 days and many days before this, trying to fully wrap my head around this application, just ensuring that I've fully digested the 294 pages of the municipal planning strategy, because that's where I feel like we need to reaffirm that, does this application follow the intent of the MPS, our vision statements, our goals, and with that, are we able to grant a development agreement? And so I dug in deep. I've got pages upon pages of research and notes that all of my colleagues have that same information, and I know we have all dug into this level, but I just wanted to reassure you that I did my due diligence, and I wanted to make sure I checked for any possible potential that this development, as I see it, is not within the intent of the MPS council, and the various items that we have to consider when making this decision. And in looking, I could not find anything that would violate policy. So it is my intention to vote in favor of this planning application, and I anticipate that will also be the determination of my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hurtle. Councillor Allen, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to thank all the people that come out here tonight and gave up their time to voice their opinions and listen. I don't take these decisions lightly, but I would just like to add a couple of things that haven't been mentioned so far, because the evening's getting late. When seniors and empty nesters want to downsize, this gives them an opportunity to move off their home place. But when they move out of the home place, it also puts that home on the market for young people that want to move and families want to move to the area, or a place to go when they leave home themselves. So that's a big plus to me. And the other one is a development this large is using a very small footprint, and I think that's important that we keep in mind today with climate warming and all that stuff. That's basically it. So thank you. I'll be voting in favor of this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Next up is Councillor Harding.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you all for coming out tonight. It's been a hard one. I studied this back and forth and sideways, and I feel for the community that, you know, it's a new development, it's something new, but at the end of the day, I have to vote for it for the reason because we need the housing, and it's one of those things that it's still hard to understand that this is, you know, in my backyard, but on the same token, housing's, it's needed so much that I have to go with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harding. Is there any councillor who hasn't spoken who wishes to speak? Councillor Armstrong.
I'm going to keep it very short and sweet. I do extend my thanks to the people that have been here with us since 6 o'clock. I have listened to all of the comments from everyone. I have to say there's a couple that upset me. Ghetto references are uncalled for. And the other thing would be, it comes up every time we get into a contentious vote, is that, you know, we're up for election in 2 years. And I can honestly say that I've been voted into this chair twice, and neither time did I think that I was just going to coast through to the next election and hope to be reelected. I'm here to do a job for 4 years, and if I decide to run again, I hope that I will be reelected, but if not, then that's the way it goes. I will support this. I think it's something that we need, and if the process has been lacking, that's certainly something we'll have a look at. And I think some of it, I know that it's your village. I live in a village. My village can't accommodate something like this because we've run out of land. We just don't have any room anymore. So we won't be having any kind of a development like this. But I know that fear factor comes into play as to how it's going to affect your lives, how it's going to affect your traffic control, your parking, and all of that stuff. But sometimes you just sort of have to take the leap and go with it. So I will be voting yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. So all of council has been heard from, and I want to thank council participating in the debate and giving the reasons for why they're taking the positions that they're taking. I want to say two things. Firstly, I also will be voting in favor, but I want to say these other things as well. And during our engagement process, such as it was, and it was, in fact, more robust than most of our engagement processes, believe that or not. And this evening, both at those sessions and this evening, but I'll refer to this evening specifically, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, at least 7 references to the fact that people are unhappy with our engagement process. And there's a message for us to be taken from that, and I'll just simply underscore the comments that the Deputy Mayor has made in that respect. Where we're slapped upside the head and told we need to improve in those things, then those are comments that we take to heart and we'll take to the table as well to see whether and how we can improve that process. What we can't do as a community is to tell a developer how they design their project. Having said that, I will say that there were 2 things specifically that concerned me about the project as I communicated with folks in the village and discussed both the pros and the cons. Is that the height is concerning. I understand that, but it is also permitted. It would be unreasonable to suggest that it be reduced substantially, because that probably would take the profit out of the project for any developer. But all that said, perhaps we should also revisit height issues and just have a good, solid discussion around that, as whether these types of structures are appropriate within certain areas of the municipality. It has been mentioned that there are secondary plans within some communities. Well, those secondary plans were driven by the villages, essentially, to have some order of magnitude in the engagement of what would be recommended from them to the municipality in terms of projects that were to be approved within their municipalities. Villages, by and large, otherwise are the custodians of the services that are provided in addition to the general services, such as water and sewer, that you get your bills directly from the village and not the municipality. Things like fire and recreation was touched on this evening. And transportation, and active transportation, all of that, and emergency services, all of that, police services and so on, and education is handled through the municipal office. So this has been a process. None of us are ever happy with these processes, even when the stage is well set, even when the engagement is well taken. Someone always doesn't get their way. I too am very much aware of the fact that employers in the municipality, from Greenwood to Waterville to New Minas, are saying that they can't get employees because the employees have no place to live, or the employees would have to pay because of the shortage of supply. The employees would have to pay too much to take the kind of a job that they would be paid to take. So we do need the housing. There can be no question about that. Whether the result is that it frees up housing by people who want to age in place, who want to sell their homes, and that make those available to newcomers to our community, or young families who are starting out while they go into developments of this nature. But during our June 29th meeting, I had asked for a poll of the room to see what the specific concerns were, and could we narrow it down, because as you know, we started with all of the concerns. There'd be increased traffic, increased crime, increased danger to the kids, clear cutting, climate problems, increase or decrease in property values, and so on. And those are all common concerns that feed the fear of anything new. And I quite understand those, and because I've been through that myself within communities that I have lived in. And I've been on your side of the fence in making representations regarding those. But I think many of the people in the room have already heard me talk about those things. Things also get said, as Councillor Armstrong has pointed out, that probably we don't really intend, or they're taken in the wrong sense once they fall out of our mouth. We don't really intend to hurt people, but people get hurt. And that's regrettably also part of the process. So I'll simply close by thanking my council for being very diligent on this file, thanking planning for answering my 7,000 questions that I kept firing at them concerning the project, many of them the same questions you had. And thanking you for, and those who began to see how the tide was coming in here and left, please carry to them also my appreciation for engaging in the process, because if nobody engages in the process, nothing gets done right. But as I said, somebody always feels that it's done wrong in any event. I appreciate that. And regrettably, those of us sitting around this table, that's the kind of thing we have to live with every day when we take a decision. So let me say that I'm the last speaker unless somebody else's light goes on, and we'll be calling the question in just a second. But as I close, I thank you all once again for being here. I thank the applicant for taking the time to be here to respond to the questions. And I look to each side of the table to see whether there's any other councillor who wishes to speak before we call the question. If not, the questions are being called. All those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. Councillor Killam got to his button at the very last minute. Thank you, Councillor Killam. The vote is unanimously in favor, and we'll be moving on to a much longer agenda here, and I very much doubt whether you wish to remain. So we're going to take a 5-minute break and allow people to disperse, but please feel free to stay. Welcome back, Council. We began our public hearing at 6 o'clock. It's now only 20 to 11, so I thought we should stay. We have a full agenda that will take us quite some time, so I'm putting to you this. There may be some things that we can defer. We can sit here and make a decision as to what they are based upon a recommendation from the CAO. But the CAO advises that a development that Councillor Killam is very interested in, as are we all, but specifically Councillor Killam, Mr. Baker's application is to come, and if it's to be dealt with, it needs to be dealt with in August. August 9th.
So you have to go to PAC first, which is August 9th.
So when would it come to council?
After the 9th.
September.
Okay, I'm going to put your light on so we can all hear you. So if it comes to PAC in August, when would it normally come to? It would normally come to the next council meeting?
Next council.
Regularly scheduled?
First reading would be at the next council meeting in September, yep.
Okay.
Which should be September 3rd, 4th? 6th.
September the 6th.
Unless there's a special council.
Unless there's a special council.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to the CAO for discussion and recommendations with respect to the balance of the agenda, which has, we're now on item 3 of a 13 item really, agenda, which includes then an in-camera session. So, Mr. CAO, do you have any recommendations for us?
I would suggest, Mr. Mayor, that council put their head down and plow through and see where we are. I think some of these things will be relatively quick, and see if you have a second wind when you get there.
I'll look to the engineering department. We're being asked whether we can turn the air conditioning on again. Does anyone have a key? We need to override the system, which automatically shuts down, like we all do, around 9 o'clock as a rule. Okay, so we're going to get moving on the agenda, if that's satisfactory with everybody. We're moving now, having dealt with item 4. We're moving now to item 5, administration, amendments to bylaw 45, street lighting, second reading. And the motion that's recommended is that municipal council gives second reading to amend the street lighting bylaw 45, as attached to the July 26, 2022 special council agenda. Moved by Councillor Armstrong, seconded by Councillor Meisner. You can always count on Councillor Armstrong as the evening wears on. Any discussion on the motion? No discussion on the motion. All those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. Councillor Killam are voting in favor. Okay, so that's unanimous. Thank you. Moving on to item 5B, amendments to bylaw 93, private road maintenance charge, again for second reading. It's proposed that municipal council give second reading to amend the private road maintenance charge bylaw. Bylaw 93 is attached to the July 26, 2022 special agenda. And there's hands going up all over the place. I'll give the motion to Councillor Granger, seconded by Councillor Meisner. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. That's unanimously passed. Thank you. Moving now to item 6, Engineering and Public Works, Lands and Park Services. 6A is with regard to an award of contract 22-05, Aylesford Lake Beach Washroom. And Mr. Quinn in engineering is going to speak to us on that one. Well, where did he go? There he is. Sorry, Mr. Quinn, I was looking for you in your other seat. Are we fighting for the light, Mr. Quinn? All right. There, it's on, sir.
Okay, thank you. So I'll try to skip over a couple of the slides here just to get to. So as you know, this is basically the requested approval of the contract for the construction of the permanent washroom facilities at Aylesford Lake Beach. So I'll just. So we've received 3 tenders from that. Roscoe Construction is the low bidder on the project. In terms of the financial, that there is about a little over $368,000 approved in the parks facility upgrades budget allocated for this. It would need a council approval to fund a remaining balance of $362,425. That includes a remaining balance of the tender price plus the contingency fund as in the recommendations. Since this project is scheduled to carry over into 2023-24. It's going to be a carryover project, so we're recommending that that outstanding balance be funded as part of the 23-24 capital budget proposal. So the motion, so there's 3 parts to the recommended motion for council to consider.
Yes, but I'm sure there are questions of clarification. We're not spending $500,000 on a washroom, are we?
There's washrooms, change rooms, and this is all to be energy efficient and meet accessibility requirements.
All right, sir. So I do have some questions. I'll take them in order. Deputy Mayor, please.
Yeah, no questions. Sorry, you can come back to me for the motion and debate. Thanks.
Questions of clarification, Councillor Windsor?
Yeah, I guess I was surprised when we refer to a washroom facility with this kind of a price tag. So how big is the building? Like I think about, if you were going to put $900,000 into a home, it would be kind of a mansion.
Yeah, certainly through your Mayor to Councillor Windsor. I can't remember the exact square footage offhand, but certainly it is, certainly acknowledge that it's a little more expensive. There's about, I think as I recall, there's basically 5 washrooms, a couple change rooms. All of this is to Rick Hansen standards, so certainly we're seeing some cost because of that, and certainly with supply chain issues related to that, certainly it's harder than what we were expecting, but this is where, based on those requirements between that and the contingency, that's where the bids have come in. So
our estimate was what? 600, or what was our estimate?
About 650 or so was the preliminary estimates.
Yeah, that's a long ways over estimate.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like. So you don't have any dimensions to share? Like, does it contain a cantina or a canteen?
No, unfortunately, in and of itself, it doesn't have a canteen itself, but between all the change rooms and the washrooms and the meet accessibility requirements is I'd say probably about 3 times the size of the existing canteen building out there right now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
Outrageous price.
Thank you. My head's sort of spinning too with this price tag, and I don't want to hear any comments, but I've never been to Aylesford Beach. Aylesford Lake Beach. But am I assuming that it has its own septic?
Yes, it'll tie into the existing one. It is going to be solar power. It does have solar panels, so it is going to be off grid.
Yeah.
I guess that's the other thing to
So
mention too.
it's going to have a holding tank? that's going to have to be pumped, or is there septic
No,
there?
the
that
septic
it-
field that's out there now is sized with this contingency in mind.
Okay, okay,
So-
all right. So that would add to the cost too, is trying to accommodate that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hurtle?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Seeing as they're called washrooms, does that entail like shower facilities?
There is, yeah, I think there's a little bit, there's a couple changing area. There are changing rooms there, so I believe there is a shower or two in that, or I'm not sure it's going to leak, but it's.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if this was paying for the gold toilets, is that roughly like 13 kilos of gold?
Unfortunately, I wish it were that. It'd be a little bit easier explanation, but it's sort of the cumulative effect that we are seeing between, it's also the remote location that we are dealing with. So there is a certain, as I said, between that COVID and just the accessibility requirements and the energy requirements. It's certainly above where we were about a year and a half or so ago, where we were originally started out with the pricing. Certainly, yeah.
Thank you.
Definitely
Councillor
is.
Granger?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wondering, with the $1 million bathroom, what the upkeep of that would be. So the annual cost on top of this.
I think once it's built, we have the beach staff out there already, so the operating, in that respect, the operating cost is sunk because we already have beach staff out there for summer. And in terms of the energy, it is supposed to have its own solar panels, so it's going to be off grid. So there's no electrical component to that. So it'll largely just be existing staff and just the eventual depreciation that'll have to come along with it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Killam?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just wondering if we could re-tender this. It seems high to me, really high.
How many tender responses did we have?
There's 3 in total.
And was this the lowest?
Yes, there's 2 that were within a few thousand of each other, and then 1 further afield out, is it?
Okay.
Higher than that, so.
So you might want to raise that question again, Councillor, when we get the other questions responded to.
Thank you.
Councillor Windsor for the second time.
Thank you. I'm still having a hard time getting my mind around what we're constructing. Is it being constructed to winter standards, double walls, insulated, or insulation in the roof, or is it just straightforward 2x4, 2x6 walls, or?
It'd be 3 seasons, not meant to be for the winter necessarily, but it would be usable in the fall and in the spring and summer, so.
But it wouldn't be in like high energy efficient building?
Yes, it says meant to be self-sufficient in that regard, so.
So what does that mean? Like I know what self-sufficient mean. My son's just built something that would be a net zero for a lot less. I'm just trying to figure out then I don't know the size, and I don't know, there's a lot of things I don't know. I just know that 900,000 is a lot of money, and I think we would stand to be criticized there, and I think maybe Councillor Killam should come back with his question when we get into discussions there about retendering and maybe next spring.
Okay, we'll come back to that discussion. Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, has there been any thought to a washroom facility extending the season of the beach? So currently, the beach is only open for like a pretty limited amount of the year. And I know that has bigger operational consequences, I guess, and that there are generally only 2 months of the year in Canada that we like to go swimming in lakes. But in terms of extending the season for other things like paddling or recreation programming in the spring or the fall, regarding boats, like I'm just thinking if putting a permanent washroom in has been kind of on the table for quite a long time, and there's quite a bit of dissatisfaction with the current arrangement and the people that use the beach. So I would like to find a solution. But it has been kind of a long wait, because I know initially when we talked about this in our capital budget, it was supposed to be this year, but then of course all these things caused it to delay, and now the price tag isn't what we're expecting. So yeah, just looking for some kind of way forward, and if it's a retendering, what that looks like. I don't know. I know other big projects I've worked on now. We had a project that was initially supposed to be $60 million in another group I'm affiliated with. It's now up to over 111. So like, this is a natural, and again, I'm straying into debate, but this is normal in terms of what things look like at this point in time in terms of construction and capital costs. So just throw that on the table for discussion. So I guess my question would be, could we look at season extension? Is that like, do we have the capabilities of doing that? And if we retender, does that mean cutting the solar panels and the off-grid aspects of the project? Is there a way to get what we want for a lower price tag? Or is this the flat facts of what we've got for what we want? Thanks.
You want to respond to that,
Sure.
Mr. Quinn?
Sure. So I guess the first one, yes, in theory, we would be able to run the beach longer. We may not have lifeguard coverage, but for everything else that's there, yes, we would be able to extend the season longer. In terms of retendering, yes, I guess that, and given the price overage, yes, and as theoretically possible, whether or not the market conditions improve any sufficiently in the next 6 months to a year, I think that's anybody's guess right at the moment. It's not, so.
That's the best we can do on that answer at the present time. Councillor Hurtle?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What kind of longevity will we potentially see out of a facility of this price and magnitude?
This in theory should be at least 30, 40 years, if not in that range, so.
And two more questions, and you may not know this answer for the second one. Do we know how many annual visitors we receive there at the lake for user uptake, essentially?
It's certainly in the hundreds per day that they're open. I've heard anywhere between 200 to 500 a day in the summer months, so it is certainly our flagship in terms of our parks, in terms of attendance.
And in the first tendering of this application, how many applicants did we receive?
We had one which ended up being disqualified because there was, I think, a bear in there because the rest of that would be in camera contractual discussion, so.
Thank you.
Okay, sir. Councillor Harding.
Mr. Mayor, to Scott, do you know how many square feet this thing is?
Unfortunately, I forgot to refresh my memory before wandering up here. It's, I'd have to go back to my computer and look that up real quick, so.
Yeah, I thank you for all the work you put into this, but I can't go back to my community with that number because I'll get tired and feathered.
Yeah.
You know, you can come down the road to Lake George and they get the 4995 model there, and people uses it, and you know, I know, really, I'm just joking, but I think we deserve something nice for Aylesford Beach. You know, it's a beautiful beach. We do need something, but that's a hard one.
Certainly.
So anyway, thank you, Scott.
Okay, Councillor, thank you. I want to remind you that we're stuck on the toilet. And if we don't get off, we'll never finish this meeting. So Ms. Javerick has a comment.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just to help Scott out, I took a look at the plans. The building itself is 20 by 63 feet, if that's of help. No showers.
So 1,250 square feet. Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Javerick. Now, I'm going back to Councillor Killam.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. That was a suggestion that I asked about reconsideration. And I would still put that out as a recommendation to reconsider. But I just had a question maybe through you to Scott regarding, did the tender go like throughout the province or was it local?
No, we tendered through the province's procurement website, so everybody was seeing it. It's just everybody side up right now.
Yeah. No, I do appreciate the fact that everything's gone through the roof on costs. Yeah, down. I'll put that a recommendation to reconsider. If we vote it down, then we vote on the motion. How's that? Or retender, sorry.
Retender, yeah. So in order, there's no motion on the floor, so we have to make a motion to direct, to have the CAO direct staff to retender if it comes to that. So I'll come back to you. Councillor Windsor has a comment before we leave the discussion.
Sorry. Well, yeah, I was going to ask, like, we talk about the extended season, but how many people are out there outside of July, August? And do we have staff out there to man facilities outside of those periods?
Deputy Mayor might have a response to that.
Yeah, I would say the May long weekend is when I start getting not angry, but calls being like, why isn't the beach open? And I think staff could probably agree that it would.
I would say we get a fair bit of interest from the fishing community on the shoulder seasons on that, and certainly there's been more interest in groups renting the facility in the last year or two, so there may be opportunities there.
Okay, folks, I'm having trouble getting us to move on here. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Scott. Are there other facilities in the province similar to this, or would this be the first of its kind?
I would hazard a guess the only ones that would probably have it to this scale would probably be the feds at national parks, and they're more relatively recent facilities. I don't know if the province has necessarily moved that way, but on the other hand, looking at some of the moves with, say, Peggy's Cove and some of the others, that they're moving in that direction. So, but we're probably a little bit ahead of the pack on that, in that regard, in terms of coming to the accessibility requirements and knowing the energy efficient and the energy features this has.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong?
I just have one quick question. Is this concrete block or is it wood?
I think it's metal, wood, and concrete.
Okay, so
So
the walls aren't concrete block?
No.
Okay. The only thing I would say is about retendering is I certainly understand where my fellow councillors are coming from, and this is a high price, but I think we have to be cognizant of the fact that this is to meet accessibility, which drives the price up on the fixtures, the toilets, and the concrete work for getting in and out of the building, and also being net zero also adds to the price, because at this point, because everyone's so busy, they can pretty much set their own price. So I don't know that retendering is going to help us any. If anything, it may just get us nothing. So that's just my thought. Thanks.
Councillor Meisner, then I want a motion.
Can I just call the question, please?
You'll have to make a motion.
Okay, can I move that we go ahead with this recommendation?
You certainly may. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Discussion now on the motion to approve the recommendation, which would include all three of the items contained within the recommendation. Any discussion? Councillor Windsor.
So that price that's quoted, $892,736, is before GST. You had GST. The building we're talking about is $1,026,646, and we're asking for a $69,000 contingency. Is that right, Scott?
No, if you, in the second part of it, with our non-rebate HSC, it'd be basically 931,000. And then the request for contingency of just shy of 70,000.
Yeah. There's no way I can support something like that. I would be tarred and feathered. My boys just built a duplex, 1,800 square feet on each side, for a lot less than that. A lot less. And so I would hope that I can't support this, and I would hope that we get to a deferral and a motion to put it out next spring in a timely manner such that we will get early tenders, and not this point in time in the season when everybody is fully engaged. I don't see putting it out now, but I think deferring the project till next year and putting it out early in the spring would do better for us.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hurtle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Although I am somewhat reticent on the price, I do value that we did have a local company that was able to successfully tender this bid, and in that circumstance, we see the cyclical effect of money where it comes back to our community as opposed to potentially then going to Halifax, Dartmouth. I like seeing the money spent closer to home, although that is, our procurement policy requires that we take the lower bidder. I'm just very pleased to see that it potentially could be a local job generating project.
So you're speaking in favor of the motion?
I certainly am.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. I have no fear of being tarred and feathered, but I anticipate being celebrated by accessibility advocates, by folks. As I sit here thinking about this, I remember having a newborn baby 2 years ago, going to Aylesford Lake for the first time by myself with two toddlers, or a toddler and a preschooler, and having no place to change my baby's diaper at the beach, and not having an appropriate place to dispose of diaper, and no privacy, and there was wasps, and taking my toddlers to the bathroom and getting stung. What we have now is not adequate for the folks who travel to the beach. And just a couple days ago, we had friends visiting from Halifax who had been there, and they were complaining about the outhouses. And I said, oh, that's so funny. I have an agenda item coming up dealing with this very issue. This is something that's important to me. It's important to, I think, the users of the beach, many of whom are young families, and also we have a large portion of immigrant communities that go and celebrate at the beach and bring their barbecues and play soccer. And it's well loved. It's a gem of our community. I understand the reticence on price 100%, but do I think we're going to get a whole lot better even if we slash all of the accessibility and efficiency initiatives of it? No. So my preference is to go ahead today. I will understand if council doesn't opt to go that direction. But I think if we don't do it, we're doing a disservice to the folks who use the beach and appreciate it. So I would like, if we do move forward with it, I would love to see an operational plan that does see us extend the hours of usage, and let's get our money's worth if we're going to go there. Thanks.
Thank you. This works out to about $1,000 a square foot?
I think roughly
Yeah.
about it.
Okay.
About that area.
Councillor Meisner.
Although I do understand that the price tag does seem quite substantial, when we're speaking in terms of accessibility and net zero, this is very much to be expected. And I feel we would be doing ourselves and our constituents a great disservice if we did decide to wait and send this to a different tender, for the simple fact that we could be looking at double this price tag and substantially behind on a project that we have spoken and committed to. Well, not necessarily committed to, but said that we would like to see happen. So I will be voting in favor of this. I know the price tag is really substantial, but in terms of accessibility and in ensuring that we're a community of communities where all people feel they belong, we need to make sure that all people feel that they are adequately able to participate in all aspects of life, and not be excluded because of their abilities.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harding?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, Scott, is there any way we can bring this back to the drawing board and start over again and reduce the size and take some of the, to reduce the price? I guess that's where I'm going with this.
I guess in theory, yes. I guess it's a question of what council wishes to cut out of the program.
But
with that, in terms of size, net zero, accessibility, and that, if we're going to have to retender and redo the scope, I guess that would be the question. It's like, what does council wish to remove out of that scope? If we're going to go that, and that is council's desire.
Okay, that responds. Councillor Hurtle?
Thank you. 2 points. One, I've been contacted by a number of residents, local, with concerns that we don't have adequate washroom facilities for the services that we provide. For the Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee, I've forwarded on the request that we develop a map for these sorts of facilities, but we also have to provide them. In this instance, this is providing that facility, and so on that train of thought, last week I had the pleasure of sitting down with Rochelle at the Valley Wren to discuss the STAR program, and one of the key points that is brought up is we need to have these facilities available to attract one, people to our area who may have skill sets that we need, i.e. doctors, but also tourism dollars, tourism money that's outside money that would otherwise not necessarily want to use a rented porta potty. And so although the cost is very high and quite, it elicits a knee-jerk reaction as to why is it $1,000 a square foot, I think that this is a valuable investment that we would receive return to the community by attracting outside dollars to spend in our areas.
Trouble with the lights here, I'm sorry. Thank you, Councillor Hurtle. Councillor Windsor for the last time, please.
Yeah, I'm feeling a couple of things. One is, if you may recall, I argued strongly for this in the capital planning process. In fact, I put it in a term that got me snickered at about having to go in the bush. So I agree with the need. There's not a problem with that. And there's not, I agree that we've got to do it, but we have a fiscal responsibility here, and you put it in good terms, $1,000 a square foot. You ask any contractor what does it cost to build a house per square foot today. They're going to be well south of that, and still in today's market probably south of 500. So what I don't see is, we talk net zero. Well, this is a summer operation, so I think the solar panels is for the sake of powering. Am I right, Scott? It's not like it's going to be net zero for energy efficiency. For what we refer to as a net zero, like on an annual basis, and so we don't. I don't know what that extra is, and I'd love to see what that cost is. And further, the accessibility items, yes, we want it accessible. What does that mean? It's a one-level building. It's a ramp. It's wider doors. It's a bathroom that you can turn around in, and probably other things that I'm not aware of. But what are they, and how much extra should they or would they cost? Like, I'd like to see the breakdown of some of those things. because I'm having a hard time believing that accessibility for washroom is going to drive the costs substantially, or it's not going to be superior construction. It's not going to be like two by 6 walls, as was in my kids' building. So I don't understand this, and I can't, I understand the need, but I think that we can do better.
So you'll be voting against the
I'll be
motion.
voting against the motion.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor for the last time?
I move that we table this item until September council or October council until, and request a bit of more information on the cost breakdown and the design of, or potential design of the washroom for council's consideration before we make the decision.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Killam. It's not debatable. Any question? All those in favor of tabling the motion to staff to bring back in September with further information, please vote yea or nay now. The motion's passed. That motion has been tabled, and Mr. Conrad will speak with Mr. Quinn regarding instructions. The next item on the agenda is the contract authorization, Federal Active Transportation Fund, and Ms. Brooker has just entered into another late night. Ms. Brooker, when you're ready.
I'm already off. Yeah. All right. Good evening, Council. This evening I will be providing you with an update on the applications filed under the Federal Active Transportation Fund, or throughout this presentation might be referenced as ATF. The objective of the ATF is to increase active transportation infrastructure throughout Canada. So recently the federal government announced that they would be providing $400 million over 5 years to support active transportation. That would also support Canada's National Active Transportation Strategy. The objective of the fund is to increase both the quantity and the quality of active transportation infrastructure throughout Canada. The fund will support both capital and planning streams. We as staff have submitted 3 applications under the planning stream, and the funding has been confirmed, which will be the majority of this presentation tonight. And we've submitted 2 applications under the capital stream, in which the applications are still under review. So if we are awarded those applications, we will be coming back to council with that. If you remember, back in March, the CAO presented information on the ICIP in terms of wastewater and water infrastructure upgrades. That required a council authorization or resolution to proceed with the application. However, the ATF requires municipal council's authorization of the funding contract execution. So not to apply, but just to kind of actually get the money. As mentioned, we will mainly be focusing on the planning stream because that's the ones that we have had confirmation of our funding. So the intent of the planning stream is to support the planning, design, and enhancement of AT strategies or projects. So within this stream, it is a grant program, whereas 100% of the costs could be funded up to a maximum of $50,000. Anything over $50,000 for that individual planning stream would have to come from other non-federal sources, so whether it be provincial, municipal, or other non-government sources. The planning and design projects refer to the development or enhancement of formal AT plans. So as you may remember, July 6th of 2021, Council adopted the Active Transportation Plan. Within that document, there has been a couple of changes. since the adoption, I should say, in terms of other aligning policies and some other gaps that we noticed within there that we feel as staff that could require additional support and planning, which is why we brought those 3 applications forward. The 3 applications that we brought forward includes a Safe Routes to School strategy. So that would look to take a look at our schools within Kings County, and recognizing that recently with the sidewalk policy adoption, we've changed our definition of the school zone to 3 kilometers. So we'd want to make sure that the 3-kilometer radius around the schools could have safe and accessible AT. And with that as well, there could be just kind of a review of that, but also a few concept designs for some of the larger infrastructure that could be required if there are larger pieces to consider, such as the popular conversation of Horton High School. The second application that we applied for, Making Connections, Community AT for Meadowview and North Kentville. So in this project, we have 1 phase already started with partnership with Town of Kentville. So they have recently replaced the bridge that burnt down that connects the Meadowview community to the town. And within that as well, we've received funding in partnership with the town to make that path be a little bit more formalized and to have the resurfacing done, et cetera, so it's a more enjoyable use. What this study would be looking at doing is seeing how can we connect that pathway to go to the left if you're coming out towards the Meadowview Community Center, and additionally, what opportunities could potentially exist for more safe active transportation opportunities along Brooklyn Street. So perhaps that could look like connecting better connections to the hospital, and potentially another type of trail coming off of the hospital towards that wetland, I wouldn't say wetlands, but kind of making another miner's marsh, if you will, off of Brooklyn Street. And then the third one that we have is a Kingston Greenwood Bridge study. So ultimately, in order to execute some of the implementation within the Kingston Greenwood communities, would be looking at bridge streets. So presently, the bridges on Bridge Street do have some safety concerns surrounding them in order to have active transportation or accessibility too. That's another really big piece that we've heard about from different community members. So what we would be looking to do here is essentially determining what would be the best way to potentially consider increasing the AT and the accessibility on those 2 bridges. So whether it be adding on to the bridge to have another AT lane, or perhaps another bridge, if you will, that's parallel with the existing bridges. So those would just be engineering and concept design studies that we're looking to do. Happy to say we've received $50,000, so the maximum we could receive for all 3 of those projects. We have anticipated that there could be additional project costs within the other ones, which has already been approved through the municipal budgeting process. So our financial contribution is already in the budget. That was handled back in April when the budget was passed. So there would be some municipal funding. Again, we do have wiggle room, as noted in the RFD, so that if there are any additional costs, that is also covered within the budget there too. In terms of the implementation, we would ask that the mayor and the CAO will sign and return the agreements. Recreation staff, primarily myself, will be the primary contact for the agreements with the funding, and EPW staff will be responsible for project implementation with support of the recreation service area. The recommendation is now on your screen. The recommendation is that Municipal Council authorize the Mayor and Chief Administrative Officer to execute the related funding agreements for the approved projects under the Active Transportation Fund planning stream.
Thank you, Ms. Brooker. Questions of clarification of Ms. Brooker? Councillor Hurdle?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I see 3 projects that are very, very needed, and I'm very glad for those. With the ATF fund, or that's a misnomer, ATF, would there be future potential to, let's say, connect a community to their municipal building? Right now, there's currently a glorified cow path underneath one of the busiest interchanges in the county. And so would that be available as a potential fourth project?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, on the project website, they only had the application intake dates for 2022. They haven't released as of yet if they will be doing another round of applications. I will defer to Director Quinn if he has any additional comments, because my assumption is that you are talking about just outside of our municipal office here to connect that piece.
I certainly am.
Oh, sorry, I was looking something else up. If you could repeat the last part of the question.
Essentially, I mean, to boil it down, could this fund allow for further connecting of the municipal building along Highway 1 to the rest of the community, i.e. Kentville and Colebrook?
Through Chair, yes, from my understanding, I think the program eligibility would allow for some consideration for that, because it does look to interconnectivity for different ranges. If we link it with the Harvest Moon Trail, it would certainly help with that linkage. So,
thank you. That's everything.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Windsor, question of clarification, or are you speaking on the motion?
Yeah, I certainly would, but I just had a question related to a particular project. We had applied, the county had applied for funding for a trail from the Orton High School to the Harvest Moon Trail, and I think in that application we were dealing with where the trail crosses the road there, and I've had concerns raised about that. Will this be part of that study? I know it says schools, but I want to be clear.
Ms. Brooker?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. We would be looking at all schools within our kind of catchment area, so we would certainly be looking to see at least some of the design, not necessarily, mind you, we only receive $50,000. That won't be enough money to do any actual infrastructure builds, but certainly the idea to look at how we can better connect our schools, including Horton, to other AT infrastructure would be included within that study.
Thank you, and and I would hope that the crossing there over the highway would be part of that, because it's a very unsafe situation there.
Okay, Councillor, are you prepared to move the motion?
And I would make the motion.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Allen seconds the motion. Any discussion? All those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. Do you have any more, Ms. Brooker?
No, I'm done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Safe trip home.
You as well.
The motion's passed unanimously. Thank you. Which brings us to item 7, Committee of the Whole recommendations. The motions are in the package. Are we going to see them on the screen? Yes, we are. So, recommendations from the Committee of the Whole. Firstly, that Municipal Council proclaim August 1st, 2022 Emancipation Day in the municipality of the County of Kings. Moved by Councillor Meisner, seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. That's unanimous, thank you. Moving to item B, toward equity and diversity. The Municipal Council proclaim August 15th, 2022 National Acadian Day in the municipality of the County of Kings. Moved by Councillor Hurdle, seconded by Councillor Allen. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. That's unanimously passed. Thank you. Item C will be handled by Mr. Barr. Is he still with us? It's nice to see you here tonight, Mr. Barr. Service exchange renegotiation, MGA review, better known, lovingly known as CERMGAR. Where the heck are we? Very interesting. Not on my schedule here. So thank you for correcting me on that. We have a third recommendation of Committee of the Whole that Municipal Council proclaim September 30th, 2022, National Day for Truth and Reconciliation in the municipality of the County of Kings. Moved by Councillor Meisner, seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. That's unanimous. Thank you. Any further recommendations? That's not a new one, is it?
Oh, no, this is a new one. We just went over we had three
Okay. Recommendation of the Committee of the Whole. I'm getting directions in my right ear, but I'm not turning on any mics. This recommendation from Committee of the Whole is that Municipal Council adopt the Toward Equity and Diversity, a strategy for belonging in the municipality of the County of Kings, implementation plan dated July 19th, 2022. Moved by Councillor Meisner, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. It's unanimously passed. Thank you. 7C, that Municipal Council approve the proposed responses to the Service Exchange Renegotiation and MGA Review Committee Membership Survey as provided in Appendix B of the July 19th, 2022 Request for Decision as amended based on the discussion at the July 19th, 2022 Committee of the Whole meeting. And am I to go to you, Mr. Barr, on this before we take the motion?
Yeah, certainly, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. So what's contained in the package is, as per the recommendation from Committee of the Whole, is the amended survey responses. So as you recall, there was a detailed presentation and discussion at the Committee of the Whole. And so the contained marked up version that's within the agenda reflects comments that were made throughout the Committee of the Whole meeting. So I could probably leave it at that for right now for the sake of time.
Thank you. No, I don't recall because I wasn't at the meeting, but so I defer to my friends around the table. Is someone prepared to move the motion? Moved by Councillor Harding. A seconder, Councillor Killam. Any discussion on the motion? Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge the feedback that we've received from the villages on this piece, and just say that it's valuable feedback, and it's always nice to be reminded, I think, of the importance of local representation and local folks working for the good of their community, and just to acknowledge that it wasn't our intention, I don't think, to hurt anyone's feelings or staff's intention. I won't speak for staff, but I know they're very kind. That this is like a more high-level exercise, high-level commentary on the state of municipal government as a whole in this province, and not specifically to this region. So I did want to acknowledge that their contributions and their feedback, and we listened. But yeah, I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I might just say for the purposes of the record that all of those comments have come in fairly recently. It's clear that the villages has been talking to one another, and that's appropriate. And their message is clear. I'm not sure that our message was clear. And I will undertake to this council, and have already undertaken to one of the authors of those letters, that I will respond to them to explain to them precisely what you just said, but in addition, what such a comment looks like at the end of the day. So I'll share that with all of you before I send it, because I'll be speaking on your behalf. Other comments? Councillor Armstrong.
I just wanted to say that I won't support this as long as the references to the village are in it. I think we did a disservice to our villages by not bringing them into the fold before we formulated these responses, and therefore I won't support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hurtle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I am a somewhat similar thought where I do feel we should have engaged the villages. I attended the Village of Cornwallis Square meeting later that evening following Committee of the Whole, and they had a robust discussion with both myself and Councillor Killam, who were in attendance, and they were very vocal on their thoughts around our answer for the survey. I did end up taking the devil's advocate approach, attempting to explain council's position on the matter, but I think sometimes it goes without saying that we greatly value the efforts of the villages, the commissions, the commissioners, and recognizing that they are mostly unpaid positions, yet they still show up every meeting to support their local community at a very focused level. And I want to acknowledge that I am sorry that they were not engaged initially for their response to that, specifically question 13, I believe it was. To the extent of my vote, I'll reserve that for when we press our buttons. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I endorse what you just had to say. Any further discussion on the motion? No further discussion. All those in favor or otherwise of the motion? Having said that, if I could just comment before I vote, because I'll be voting in favor of the motion, not because of issues associated with villages, but because this was a question specifically posed to every municipality in the province of Nova Scotia to express their views on. It is terribly unfortunate that we didn't get to speak with villages first in order to explain what the response meant in the nature of things. So that's why I say, Councillor Hurtle, that I share your comments. That's it. All those in favor or otherwise of the motion, please vote now. Did we vote on this? No. Yeah, I did vote in favor of it, but so if every councillor has voted. Councillor Windsor, have you voted on this motion?
Yeah, reluctantly.
You're voting in favor or against? You're in favor. So that's the motion is passed with 3 negative votes. Thank you. Item D. Approval of West Hants Regional Municipality's capital budget for Hantsport Fire Department and approval of Hants Border Fire rate. It's been, the recommendation is that Municipal Council approve the capital budget of the Hantsport Fire Department as submitted by West Hants Regional Municipality for the 2022-2023 fiscal year per Appendix A attached to the July 19th, 2022 request for decision. Mover of the motion is Councillor Meisner, and the second is Councillor Allen. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. That's unanimously passed. Thank you. Moving to item E, 2022-3 area rate levies for fire and recreation. That Municipal Council approve the levying, collection, and remittance of the fire area rate for Hants border area at the rate of 10.17 cents per 100 of assessment per Appendix B attached to the July 19th, 2022 request for decision. Mover of the motion, Councillor Allen. Seconder, Councillor Meisner. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. That's unanimously passed. Thank you. Moving to item F, funding agreement for Kings Point to Point. That Municipal Council approve the levying, collection, and remittance. I'm sorry. I'm getting ahead of the screen here. Is it? Oh, I'm sorry. It's just same preamble. That Municipal Council approve the levying, collection, and remittance of the area rates as shown in Appendix A, area rates 2022-23, and approve the 4% administration fee charged against the area rates collected in Appendix B. Area rates for fire commissioners 2022-2023 as attached to the July 19th, 2022 request for decision. Mover of the motion, please. Councillor Allen, second by the Deputy Mayor. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. That's unanimously passed. Thank you. And going to item F, that it's been recommended that the Municipal Council authorize the Mayor and CAO to enter into a 3-year funding agreement with the Kings Point to Point Transit Society per the terms presented in the request for decision dated July 19th, 2022. Mover of the motion, please. Councillor Granger, seconded by Councillor Meisner. Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor, please, or otherwise, please vote now. Passed unanimously. Thank you. Moving to item 8, Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee recommendations, June 8th, 2022. And I'm looking to Councillor Meisner to introduce that.
So, the Municipal Council direct the CAO to write a letter to the Minister of Nova Scotia Department of Public Works requesting the department staff work with the villages and the municipality in removing mobility barriers and public infrastructure, such as connections between sidewalks and bridges. Working together, we can collectively achieve the shared objective of being accessible by 2030. I so move.
Thank you. I have a seconder for the motion, seconded by Councillor Harding. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. It's unanimous. Thank you. Moving on to item 9, Regional Sewer Committee recommendations. And I'm going to Councillor Windsor as the chair.
Thank you, Mayor. And those two motions are continuous effort to deal with the odor issues in New Minas and to put some mechanisms in place that would help us do that. Particularly the first motion, that the Council of the Municipality of the County of Kings adopt the advice and implementation steps with respect to the enactment of complementary bylaws and the execution of an enforcement and prosecution agreement as detailed within the June 29, 2022 request for decision. And that complementary would be Kentville and New Minas having similar bylaws in place, so that from time to time we know there's stuff getting into our system that is subsequently causing an odor problem and is likely coming from commercial operations. So this would give us the mechanism to police that better, enforce, put something in place and enforce and charge a penalty.
Thanks, Councillor. You move the motion.
I move the motion.
Seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. That's unanimously passed. Thank you. And item B, Councillor.
I will make the motion that Municipal Council approve to fund a communications plan as described in the June 29, 2022 request for decision.
Thank you. A seconder? Seconded by Councillor Allen. Discussion on the motion?
I would just explain that that plan is again recognizing that over the last few years there's things getting in from the general population, particularly wipes and masks and things like that, that's really frustrating the processing of sewage. So this is kind of this is part of an educational campaign to try and get people to recognize that what they flush down the toilet is not necessarily helpful to the management of sewer systems and the odors.
Thank you, Councillor. All those in favor or otherwise of the motion, please vote now. Councillor Allen, you're voting in favor? Yes, it's unanimously passed. Thank you. Item 10 is the correspondence, and the only item of correspondence that made it to the agenda was that of the Clerk Treasurer of Kingston regarding the CERMGAR membership survey, and we've made reference to that already, and the correspondence received from the villages is certainly deserving of a reply, and I will, as I said, share a draft reply with you so that you don't consider my comments to be offside when I respond. Item 11, is there any other business to come before the open meeting of council?
I would just let you all know that the village of New Minas has a new clerk treasurer, and the name is Tim Bowder.
Yes, we've heard. I hope he grasps the sewer with both hands.
So, and he's excited. I'm excited, and I believe there's people around here excited to have someone like Tim. I think he's the right guy at a time like this. I never contemplated an engineer, but given all the infrastructure issues and the planning forward for that village, I think he's the right man for the time.
Great.
And one other thing.
While you have your mic on, would you move receipt of the correspondence?
Sure, I move to receive the correspondence. I did have one other comment.
Okay. Well, could I get a seconder first? Thank you, Councillor Allen. Okay, Councillor Windsor.
My last comment was, I tell you, I was pleased with council tonight on that Canning development. I think everyone around this table had something very relevant. It's obvious that everyone put a lot of heart and mind and soul into it, and I really was impressed with everyone, and just being willing to take a good stand in the face of some strong comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hurtle.
Thank you. And on directly after Councillor Windsor's point, I'd just like to say congratulations to Deborah Wendell-Smith for winning the commissioner election in New Minas. Deborah has been a citizen member of the Police Services Advisory Committee, and it's exciting to see she's able to further her engagement in the community. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Councillor. So, there's no public left to comment. So that brings us to item 13. Are we going to have to come back into open session? Mr. Conrad, just give me a nod here. Are we going to have to go back into open session? No. So I'm looking for a motion to adjourn this session of council into a closed session from which we will adjourn for the evening. Could I have a motion, please? Moved by Councillor Armstrong, of course, and seconded by Councillor Granger. Choose me, choose me. All those in favor or otherwise of the motion, please vote now. That's unanimous, surprisingly so. It's only 10 to 12. So we are now in closed session. Time and a half after 9 o'clock. Are we off the public session, Madam Clerk? Not yet? So my request for time and a half will probably be denied then.